Just comb your hair, go and wash your face. It's been a real long time since you've seen the light of day. So let thoughts colors they may feed the parade. Everybody all smiles when you're back in the seat again. On board the Penny Express to a beautiful darkness. It's full steam ahead to ride the rails to our next destination. Yeah!
Welcome everyone. We are on to day 3 of the Michigan versus Linda Stermer case. This is a retrial, and we are looking, so this is kind of where we left things off yesterday. Basically, the state brought in the chief fire investigator, and he wanted to, at least from the insurance, this was a private fire investigator, and he had, recorded interviews with Linda, but in the intervening years, the company he used to work for had transcribed these records and destroyed the digital recorded copies. So obviously the defense had questions about, what all was being added into the record and things like that. So that turned out that there was going to be a longer sort of hearing needed for that. So the judge sent the jury home, and I guess they argued about that stuff. So I'm not sure exactly where they landed on all of that stuff. But let's get into this. Good morning, Penny Williams. Hey, Joe. Thank you, Wolfram, for doing all of your Modly Mod duties. Denise Sells, Penny Williams. Good morning. And for you guys, I am going to start being more faithful in uploading and doing equal access on Rumble. So it's Mo in the Deep over on Rumble. If you ever feel like you don't want to hang out on YouTube anymore, you can go over there. Welcome, Tanya. I just wanted to let you guys know So I will say with that particular configuration, it doesn't automatically link up to StreamYard. So this winter, when everything has been kicking my behind, I axed that step in my morning. Now, that being said, let's get into this. Now, I will say that Linda has gotten her va-va-voom because we have a much altered Linda today, if you'll notice. I feel kind of dumb wearing my headband now. This woman make me look crazy when I was trying to copy her looking crazy. I mean, someone got herself to a hairstylist. It's like she listened to me. And it looks like someone applied toner to her hair. I mean, it's almost like she listened to me. I feel seen and listened to. That's the other thing, JKD Buck. I wanted to have something coming up, backup just in case, but also as, trying to attempt to not be a chaos demon and actually, kind of think strategery. I did notice that with a bunch of news channels, per se, Rumble, or what is it, The Quartering, Timcast, Crowder, and I think one other person moving exclusively over to Rumble, it might be an opportunity to get seen over there if they don't see me over here. That being said, I solemnly vow I am up to no good. I will not sell you coffee. If given taken to Tim Pool, I will not make you wear beanies. And if taken by quartering, I will not make you buy coffee. There you go. Make sure I have that at 1.25. Now, I will say that this softens her, but What I will say is I do wonder how the jury is going to react to this. I think Linda looking frumpy, looking, grandmotherly, looking matronly, might have played in to, softening her for the jury. So I do wonder if this new look is going to change anyone's opinions. She looks much more put together, polished, career orientated, not as soft. I mean, it's not a harsh look, but it definitely is much more sophisticated and polished than her other look was. So while I agree with it, I do wonder if that possibly was a bad idea. And bye, JKD Buck. Have fun.
Case of People versus Linda Stermer. Counsel are present. Ms. Stermer is present. Any matters to address before we bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
What did they do to audio? Oh, well, this is before the jury, so they tend to suck on audio. I do think that it definitely de-ages her. It softens her. It takes her out of frumpy into, just more dressed up. But I almost don't know if the frumpy was working for her. And welcome, Miss K. Grift. Hope you are doing absolutely great. I think with the dark wood, you need I'm sure the carpeting is original, but with the ornate details in the wood and the darkness and richness of the wood, I think that the carpeting is just overwhelming. Now, that being said, I love me a maximalist look, so like I would add more. I'd have like a polka dotted carpet to go on top of that. So all that being said, now, I do wonder, since Law and Crime or Court TV, whoever was doing yesterday, did not, cover after they kind of go off record, after they sent the jury home. I do wonder if all of the lawyers from both sides stayed to really hammer through this transcript issue that they were having yesterday, or if this was something that they'll just kind of go piece and parse, with objections. Okay, come on, today, juniors. That's it. Looks like that's a sidebar, so it's not like we're going to hear what's going on anyway. Welcome to up-close nostril shots of this judge. Taken for you by PBS.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this house will be the truth, the whole truth? And you're Mr. Shinsky, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and thank you so much, Tammy. And just to let you guys know, kind of let you guys in on where we are, this is a continuation witness from yesterday. We are still in the case in chief, and this is the fire investigator. So hopefully we will get some more info from him to what really led both the state police and the insurance to believe that this fire was not of natural origin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Shinsky.
Good morning.
So I believe we left off last week. You were conducting an interview in the driveway with the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was at the scene.
Yes.
And so is this common to do the interviews at the scene?
Yes. Normally we would drive up, meet with homeowners, and work right out of our vehicle and conduct interviews, everything.
Okay, I'm not going to pause all the time, but I do want to, if it's been a bit since you kind of got caught up on this trial, the reason the state is making a point to, point out that insurance investigations interviews can be conducted in, the investigator's vehicle as, kind of standard operating procedure. They want to be on scene where the, structure of incidents, is there to kind of talk through with the owner or the policyholder. Now, the defense has made a big stink about the fact that Linda Stermer, this woman who had, according to the defense, lost her husband, become homeless, didn't even have, a place to stay, was asked to go conduct these interviews with the insurance investigator at her home in his car. Now, he has testified, and I would have thought that was pretty much standard operating procedure for investigations like this. But I will, if you were kind of wondering why they were even asking this question, I did want to point out that the defense is going to make a big old stink about this.
Right on that site.
And when you typically conduct these interviews, is it common for people to interrupt or come up to the car or come up to the scene?
Yeah, not unusual. Neighbors, people passing by, family members, will come up. Oh. Okay. And to have people walk up, curious people, things like that is not unusual at all.
So granted, this is just a few days after the fire that you're conducting this interview, correct?
Correct.
So you're saying that it's common for people to just be curious as to what happened and stop by?
Yes.
And you conducted an interview, I believe, on January 9th and one on January 10th, is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe, I'm not sure where we left off, you had recorded those interviews?
Yes.
And then they were transcribed into an actual written transcript, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to then check the accuracy of the recording against the transcript?
Yes. Our clerical staff would type it, and then you listen to the transcript, read it all the way through, any corrections or anything that need to be done are done so that it accurately matches what the recording has on it.
And you did that, and you checked it for accuracy?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit number 6. And if you could just flip through this for me and tell me if you recognize that.
Oh, why must you lick your hand?
Yeah, it appears to be the same.
And it's the same, are there any corrections, deletions, or changes to it from when you originally provided the transcript?
Yes, there has been areas that have been blacked out.
And does it appear from just glancing through that many of those areas that are blacked out are some of those extra conversations?
Yes.
Conversations with those in the car as well as those approaching the car?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for people's exhibit number 6 to be admitted into evidence.
Okay, so that must have been the agreement that they kind of came to a consensus with as far as how are we going to treat this transcript. I know that the defense was worried about sort of extraneous, other sort of side conversations, maybe insinuations that Linda was a hoe bag. Those kind of things, I think, is what they were worried about. So it looks like the sort of remedy that was at least agreed upon was that all those extraneous sort of details and, random conversations would be, just blacked out.
I'm going to have you maintain that as we go through some of them and show them on the screen. As part of your interview with the defendant, did you have a drawing or like a floor plan done of the house?
Yes, it was done, I believe, by the end of the first interview that first day. Ms. Stermer had appointments and had to leave, and then her daughter Brittany came to the site, and she's the one that actually provided a floor plan of the upper and lower floors.
And when you say the upper and lower, would that be the main level and the basement?
Yes.
And did the defendant have an opportunity to look at that floor plan?
Yeah, on the second day when I did my interview, a lot of that second interview was going through the floor plan, just with a general description of the building, what was in it, contents, items. Significant amount of the interview was pertaining to the layout and what was in the building.
And did she adopt that drawing that was done by her daughter as accurate?
Yeah, I believe she did.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe defense counsel is stipulating to the admission of People's Exhibit number 7, which is the floor plan, and is 2 pages.
Yes, Your Honor.
Receive People's Exhibit 7.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then permission to publish the jury.
And if you are new to watching trials, I know a lot of people that are active in chat might not be, but I know that there are lurkers out there. And if you're wondering what stipulate means, I'm not a lawyerologist, but I can give you vague outlines as long as you don't try to become a lawyer yourself with them. So stipulation just means that the state and the defense agree about these particular facts. So it might be, in order to speed up a trial, if there are certain things that both the state and the defense agree on, they can stipulate to those, so then they can argue about different things. The more you know.
And again, this floor plan then was used throughout your conversations in the interviews conducted to use it as points of reference.
Yes.
Oh, and Your Honor, there's a copy for each juror. So I've stapled the first and second page together and made a copy for each juror. And I'm sorry, and this was something that you referred to then throughout the interview in terms of getting points of reference. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to have counsel then load up the transcript, and I'd like you to have it in front of you so that we can go through it together. I'm not going to have you read all of it, so I'll direct you then to what pages, since it is so lengthy.
Oh, Tanya, why did I read that as the my God meme, not Ermdale, a British soap opera? So I was reading it as my God, that, I think it's the girl with like the headgear and she's got like Goosebumps books. So there you go. Tours into what Mo is actually thinking versus what she should be reading.
So I'm just going to have Okay, this is the first page of the transcript, and this is just where you introduce yourself, and does it list out then the people that are attending?
Correct.
So I'm going to have you go to page 4 of the transcript. Page 4 for me. At the top of the page, there's a J and there's an L. What does the J stand for?
The J is me, and the L would be Linda Stermer.
So the J is for your first name, Jim?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to have you start at the top of that page and read then through that large paragraph. So start with the question that you asked at the top of the page and then read through her statement to you. And then just be mindful then of the redactions.
Yes.
Thank you.
The question is, okay, go ahead, if you want to just with Sunday morning or what was going on. Answer, Sunday morning, I had got up and went down to the marathon and gotten some eggs and some breakfast meat and stuff to cook that morning. Filled up the blazer and then came.
Who goes grocery shopping at the local marathon gas station? Like, I feel bad about my ability to adult and maintain human functionality with the fact that I have shamelessly started to get some of my groceries delivered to my house. But I have never bought like stuff to make breakfast from a gas station. That being said, I'm not knocking it. I just never have.
Came home, started coffee, and Todd was still in bed at that point. He got up and I gave him the receipts for his medicines, prescriptions, and the last couple days receipts that I had spent. He got very angry with me because I hadn't recorded them in his checkbook and told him about them sooner. And he was screaming at me about that I went downstairs and woke the boys up. I think it was probably 10 maybe, and the boys that they could go to the mall, and I gave them some money for lunch or breakfast if they wanted. And that Dad and I needed to talk about some things. I went back upstairs. I didn't remember if I started a load of laundry then or if it was a little bit later. But I went back upstairs. I made Todd some breakfast and told him I was going to send the boys to the mall, and then we could talk about everything. I was going to be going to my sister's to stay for a little bit, and so I made him breakfast, and he took his medicines. We really didn't discuss all that much more. And he sat down, watched some hunting program in the living room. I did some laundry and some dishes, and came back upstairs and had to read the instruction booklet for my son is on special prescription that you have to enroll on the computer and answer questions, and that I guess monthly. So we were going to get back his blood work, or going to get his blood work done on Monday. So wanted to get it all in the computer, end of it done on Sunday. I must have fallen asleep. I was laying on our bed reading the book. I took a little nap. And when I got up, Todd had asked me something to drink, for something to drink. I went to the kitchen and was loading the dishwasher and washing up his breakfast dishes, and I got some juice. And he took some medication, and I told him I was going downstairs to do some laundry, deleted section. So I restarted the laundry because I still needed, I restarted the laundry then because it smelled. So I restarted it, and then Todd was yelling at me, and then all of a sudden I heard him scream. Then I went running up the stairs, and there was fire from our bedroom to his
Well, Average Deb, this is from the 9th and 10th. So the fire happened on the 7th of January, 2007. Yes. Courts, if you need transcripts to be read, I offer myself as an expert dramaologist. I will make sure that the juries don't fall asleep. All you have to do is pay for one new fabulous wig of my choosing for me to wear. And yes, I'm being honest about this. It doesn't have to be a luxury hotel, but just as long as it has a big bathtub, you know, a place for me to stay in your general locality, and then some money for Grubhub. Like, I am willing to come in and make sure juries do not fall asleep. Think about it, prosecutors. Think about it, defense attorneys. Have a lot of technical jargon in a transcript. Want people to pay attention? Hire me as your dramaologist. But this does bring up something. So she has mentioned his medication a couple times. Now, the defense made a big stink about this at the end of last week. Now, we finished this yesterday, but it would have been last Friday, about the fact that whatever this medication was didn't show up in Todd's toxicology as far as his blood work. Now, I have a question as to what medication he took just prior to the whole he was on fire bit of this thing, because it says, let's see, Todd asked me for something to drink. I went to the kitchen, was loading the dishwasher and washing his breakfast dishes, and I got him some juice. He took some more medication, and I told him I was going downstairs to do some laundry. And so I restarted the laundry then because it smelled. So I restarted it, and Todd started yelling at me. And then all of a sudden I heard him scream. Well, that puts him having his last dose of whatever medication it was that he had just taken fairly soon to his death, which might not have shown up in his toxicology. So why am I belaboring the point? I don't know.
Recliner, and he was on fire, and the whole upper body, and his whole upper body, there was fire and smoke. I couldn't see him really well, and I just turned and ran out the door. and jumped in the van because I didn't know how I would get anybody, except I would go over to Mike and Connie's, and I backed up, and then I seen Todd in the yard. And I got out to try to help him get the fire off of him. Before that, I heard something in the house, boom.
I'm going to have you go ahead and read the last two sentences on that page and then continue on to page 2.
Yep. Now, in the morning, you ran and got breakfast stuff. About what time? Do you remember? Do you recall what time it was? Around 9 or so.
And if you could go to page 5 and read down then to where there's a J and it says O before the blacked out boxes. Page 5, just start at the top.
You would start at the top of 5?
Start at the top of 5 and read down to the blacked out area.
The question, and then when you say you ran to the marathon, where's the marathon located at? Answer, in Lawrence. It's okay if I just use J or L or?
Yes, I think we've gone over what J and L stand for, so if you want to just say J and then her answer.
Yep, J in Lawrence. Everybody has their local stops, and we cover so much area that it's like, okay, now where's the marathon? And then filled up the truck. You were back home here, and now you're saying that Todd was taking medication. It looks like he, by the sound of it, had taken meds a couple of times. What type of medication was he taking? I mean, what kind of issues is he? He had some kind of an ear infection going on. He said that the doctor said that he was really swollen and draining really terrible. And he was feeling sick to his stomach, a lot from that.
I'll have you stop there. And if you could go down to then the last sentence on page 5 and just read that for the jury where it says J.
Yeah. Oh, now when you say he was angry, I mean he was just yelling, grumbling, or was he?
I'll have you go to page 6 and start at the top.
L, he was screaming. We've been arguing quite a bit, and we were arguing over me leaving to go to my sister's, and?
I'll have you keep reading.
J, and this is just some other thing to trip another argument. L, just one more straw. J, now you say you went down to get the boys up. I think you said it was around 10. L, yay. J, then all 3 boys were here. L, mm-hmm. J, and then they did ultimately get up and leave. L, yeah, I told them that, we were going to be talking about a lot of things today. I told them that they were going to stay here and to go to school, and I was going to go to Aunt Kim's. I told them later on in the day that we would have to meet me so that I could get the blazer from them. And I told them I wasn't sure if I would be at Aunt Kim's when they left or not. And just to, we would talk and figure out where they were supposed to meet and bring the blazer to me, and then I'd bring them home.
I'll have you read the next 2 lines.
Do you normally drive the blazer? L, yeah.
I'm going to have you go then to page 7 and skip the first J and L, and then I'll have you start them with the third J and read those next 2 sections.
And then after getting the boys up?
Yes, sir.
And then, after getting the boys up, they woke up, came up. Did you cook breakfast? L, no. I told them that I would give them some money to go out to eat because I just didn't know how much arguing or yelling Todd was going to want to do, and I don't like it in front of the boys. And he doesn't mind. So I just asked them if they would just go and that I would let Dad know that they were going. And
I'm going to have you stop there. I'm going to have you flip to
Subtle. I like how she's already subtly, kind of undermining Todd or putting out a different perspective of Todd. Todd, he's fussing since the moment he woke up, he was fussing at her. She didn't put stuff in the checkbook, right on time. And she is purposely possibly getting the nitpicky things that maybe Todd expressed frustration about, and not the big thing that probably was the underlying source of all the friction was the fact that she was cheating. I just like how she is kind of hopping over that. And how Todd is, okay with fussing around the boys, but she doesn't think that's good for their mental health. Just different things like that. Interesting. And welcome, Boosh. Hope you are doing well.
page 9. And start the 4th section down where it says L, yeah, if you could read that.
Yeah, I just don't like them to hear, that's L. Yeah, I don't just like them to hear all the stuff that he screams.
Wait a minute, I'm gonna have you stop. Are you on page 9?
Yes.
Page 9, the 4th line down?
Oh, fourth line down.
Sorry, yes, thank you very much.
L, yeah, they didn't come up and talk to Todd because he was all angry, and Jay. Now, that is, would that be normal for him, this lately, to be angry and the kids kind of avoiding him? L, well, he's been, yeah. Jay, how long has this been going on? L, well, I don't know, for this summer, it was a lot, and then it kind of tapered off, and then this winter, it has been quite a bit.
I'm gonna have you stop, then go down 4, go to the J that says, now was Todd aware? And if you could read from there to the bottom of the page.
Jay, was Todd aware that you were gonna go to your sister's and stay? L, we talked about that Saturday. Jay, and it's basically you just getting away from him? Was that his reaction on Saturday? L, well, we had a few different reactions. He wanted to make sure that I wasn't gonna take the boys, and I told him that there was no way I could, because you know they had to stay in school, and you know I wasn't going to uproot everyone because, you know, move them all into my sister's. That would be just too much. Now you guys have been talking about divorce, or is it just for the last couple of years, really?
I'm gonna have you go to the next page and then go ahead and just start at the top.
Jay, and it's L. A couple of months ago, I made up my mind for sure that I was going to, and had paperwork and had it all filled up, and I had already showed it to him and Jay. And what was his reaction then? L. He told me to take the blazer and go and get the couple expletives out, and then he told me that we could work things out. He could change if I could change, and Jay. Now, he has always been angry and violent, or has he always been angry and violent, or is this something that's new? L, yeah, no, he's always been. He just kind of comes and goes in waves, I guess. Jay, is he a drinker? L, inaudible answer. Jay, I mean, is he, when he does he drink and then get angry, or L, he used to, but then he's just been more taking his prescription medicines, my sleeping pills, muscle relaxants, pain pills, and a lot of...
This is probably also why the toxicology was in big kind of contention, and because Linda is now accusing him of taking not only his prescription, but her prescriptions, pain pills, and different things. And Linda has now again pointed out that he's also, well, he's smoking some doobies. He's doing the ganja.
A lot of different things lately. Deleted section, L, he had been smoking pot too. J, is that something fairly recent? L, he used to do it. J, or at least you found out recently? L, well, he used to do it, and he had quit for quite a long time. He and his buddy got together, and I find out because I asked him about this job, going to get this job, because his business wasn't paying the bills, and he just wasn't working regularly at all. He would sit around and mope around, and he told me that he couldn't go and apply for the job just yet. And I asked him why. He told me because he had smoked some pot, and he had to wait until it was out of his system, because he was sure that with a job like that, they were going to want to test him. And
I'm going to have you go to page 11. And if you could go to then the 4th, 5th, 6th section down, skip the top 4 and then start with the J where it says and.
where it says what?
And, the J, and it says and, the 5th little section down.
Oh, okay, yes.
And that would be page 11.
J, and if you don't go see them, they don't buy anything. Let's see, we get a little off of this. That's fine. It fills in all the details. Now, so you told him that basically on Saturday had discussed going to stay at your sister's. Did you end up with any fighting? I mean, has he ever hit you? Has he ever beaten you to where you have got prior domestic violence complaints filed? L, inaudible. J, basically, it was one of those you just took the beating and didn't say anything? L, inaudible. J, you have to answer yes or no. L, yes. J, yeah, I know, I realize this is difficult, but gathering all of the information, my primary role is to determine what caused the fire and the events of the day. And obviously there's been a lot going on that you've been putting up with for quite a while, but you've never called the police on him for hitting you. L, my friend called police a few weeks ago, like around Thanksgiving time. But see, we lived in Portage and somebody called the police back then, and when we were sitting down with the police officers individually, I was making a report of what happened. He came out with the male police officer and told me that I had a lot to think about. He said that he wasn't going to go to jail by himself and that we would both go. And I asked him why. And the police officer said, well, your husband said that you hit him also, so we have to take both of you in. And so they explained it all to me, and I didn't want to go to jail and have the kids, go through all of that. So I did finish the report, and I never made a complaint against him since.
I do have her old hair. Let me pull up. Oh, no, I don't actually have to do that. I should be able to just... And we were waiting. This was her hair look for the last, so this is the first day, I think, of trial, and then this was yesterday. So, and let's see, Kiwi Green, jury impanelment in Karen Reed. Raise your hand if you've heard of this case. 5 minutes later, they're still reading out jury numbers. Bev is now privately asking jurors. Oh my God. Yeah, this is going to be crazy. Now, what I will say, oh, no, now I've done... One of these days I will be smart at these things. What I will say is I find it interesting that we have all of these accusations against Todd when Todd is not here to defend himself. Now, what I will point out might be a big, bombshell in this case, or bombshell witnesses to look out for. Her children, who were young men at the time of this case, are now adults. And it seems like the state, there might be a difference. There might have been a different reality to the one that Linda is telling. So I will remind you that all of this is coming from Linda. She may have a prerogative to paint Todd in a worse light. Not saying this didn't happen, but she was also being seriously investigated quite swiftly after this whole house fire accident happened. So it might have behooved her to make, Todd look as terrible as possible.
Since then, because of that. Jay, now the friend, you say a friend of yours called back about Thanksgiving?
I'll have you go to page 12 and just read then the top three.
Oops. Top three sections?
Yes, please.
L, yes, and J, was that this past Thanksgiving? L, yeah.
And then I'm going to have you go down to the bottom third where the J and start with the part that says, and now he took.
J. And now he took his medications and then began watching hunting programs. About what time was that? Was that all around 10, 11 with get up and the kids left? L, yeah. J. And then from there, you went down to do some laundry. L, yes. J, how many loads of laundry? I mean, how long were you downstairs?
I'm going to have you flip to page 13, and if you could read all the sections that are not blocked out.
L, I folded laundry. I was putting Christmas ornaments in the boxes. We have a pool table in the basement, and I had all the boxes laid out and was just puttering. J, basically staying away from him. L, yeah, we did that a lot. J, and then about what time did you say you were back upstairs when you were going to read the instructions on your son's medication? L, maybe around noon or so. J, and then you said you think you were reading the book? L, it's a folder type of pamphlet of information. It's, I pledge, it's called for acne medication, because it's a really harmful drug if you don't do.
No, that's for Accutane. So basically, if you have teenage children, I'm going through this right now because Accutane, when it is taken, can cause severe birth defects. They had so many young women and teens lying to them saying that they were totally on birth control when they were taking this, that they weren't, and had to have, an emergency DNC or, stuff like that. And these were younger kids. So now, in order to take the medication, and I can only speak for Indiana and now Wisconsin, you basically have to attend a counseling session with your child and their dermatologist. You have to, pledge that if you have a girl child, she will be on 2 distinct forms of birth control. I think if you're a boy child, you have to have one, which would be a condom. So it's not an incredibly difficult, kind of drug, but it is one that they really have cracked down on because, they tried to just trust people. And of course, you can't trust teenage kids to not do all the things that may, end up in pregnancy. So you do have to pledge, you have to show the, prescription if you are on birth control as a girl, plus, your handy dandy condom. And it's a thing.
Do everything right. And J, and then you doze off, and about what time did you get up? L, I really don't know. J, now you just woke up on your own, or did you wake up because he was yelling? L, no, I remember hearing him down in the basement doing something, and when I got up, though, he was back in his recliner in the living room upstairs. And he asked me for something to drink when I had gotten up. And so I went in, got him something to drink, did some dishes, and
If you flip to page 14, start with the sixth section down with L, where it says and ... O.
L, and, when I came back upstairs, when I got him the juice too, I made a fire for him then too in the fireplace. He said today would be a good day to have a fire in the fireplace. So, J, now, L, I made a fire in the upstairs fireplace. J, okay, now when you say upstairs, is that ... L, the main floor? J, this level here is upstairs. And then when you say you heard him downstairs, that would... L, we had a fire place downstairs also. J, in the basement? L, but we kept all of the wood downstairs. J, okay, but like I said, there was a basement, a fireplace on the basement walkout level. L, yes.
I'm going to have you go to the next page on page 15, and about 2, 3, 4, 5, the 7th one down, J, and then.
J, and then he said it'd be a good day for a fire. L, J, is there any reason he didn't build the fire? L, no, he just asked me to. Sometimes he'd ask me to, sometimes he'd ask the boys to. My sons were pretty good at making a fire. He taught them how to make a pretty good fire in the fireplace too.
I'm going to have you go to the next page, page 16. Go ahead and just read from the top down to the blacked out portion.
Now, I will say in the fireplace responsibilities, Mr. Moe tends to make or, start the most fires, mostly because if I start a fire, regardless of whatever piece of wood I have picked out, it's like, well, why didn't you use a bigger one or a smaller one or use a teepee or some stupidness? So honestly, in the grand scheme of things, I don't care how the fire gets started. If Mr. Moe would like to be all scientifical about how the fire starts, as long as I get to roast marshmallows on it, I really don't care. So I let him be the, He-Man woman protector and let him start the fire so he feels all manly. Because I could care less, to be honest.
Jay, just looking, and then from here, you were talking about that you went up, that Todd had asked for something to drink. Mm-hmm. That's L. Mm-hmm. Jay, is there any reason he couldn't get up and get a drink himself? L. Sometimes he was pretty groggy from his medication, and his stomach had been upset, and that's just Todd. I mean, when somebody else is here, somebody else gets stuff for him. Jay, now this medication he's taking for his ear infection, is that some kind of antibiotics or something? L. There was an inhaler, there was a liquid, and then there was a pill. I don't know, he told me that the liquid was the antibiotic, but when I got to the pharmacy, they didn't have any at Rite Aid and Paw Paw, and they wouldn't be able to fill it for a few days.
Okay, most people tend to stop getting amoxicillin in liquid form past the age of 10. So I'm going to call BS on, Todd, or his liquid medication being the one that was was the antibiotic, because the antibiotic is generally in pill form once you've gotten out of peds. That being said, the inhaler might have been for the upper respiratory infection, and it's banana flavor. Ours was that gross, like, bubblegum flavor. Ugh. I always was just like, can I take a pill as soon as, I was able? Because the liquid medicine always tasted worse to me.
I asked them, I said, well, is this an antibiotic? They told me no. They told me what it was, and I said, well, can't I just buy something over the counter to get him through until I get something? And they said, yes, it's just a decongestant was all that was, with antihistamine in it. So the next day on Saturday, I picked that up for him.
I'm going to have you go to page 19. And on this one, it appears you're kind of describing the floor plan on the first half. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to have you go down about halfway down the page with the L that starts with yeah. If you could read from there and just those few lines down to the blacked out portion.
L, yeah, and then the living room, and then this end right here, there was a pantry, mudroom, laundry room, but we didn't have laundry up there yet. It was just storage. And then the kitchen and dining room were all one room. Between the dining room and the living room, there was just a half wall. And Todd has his oil lamp and candles burning on that half wall. J, and they would have been burning that day. L, they were, because I had complained that it smelled bad in there.
I'm going to have you go to page 20 and just read the top two lines that are not blacked out.
J, now with the furnace, is it an oil furnace? L, mm-hmm.
So I'm going to have you go to the next page, page 21. If you could read the top, start at the top.
L, it was when we first moved here, so it would have been 90 or 91, 92, somewhere in there. And then we moved out here in 96, so J, that's my next question, how long have you lived here? L, here in this house, only 3 years, but in Lawrence, 96. J, and I take it this house was built in that last 3 years? L, Todd built this house, yeah.
I'm going to have you stop there, and if you could go down to the L, about a third of the way down, it starts with
L, he had someone who was a builder come in and lay out the plumber. He had someone from the furnace place lay out and help with the ductwork and put the furnace in. He had hired someone to do the shingles on the roof because he didn't like being on his knees like that. And on the electric, somebody hooked that up. He put it all there, but they inspected it, and
I'm going to have you stop there, and if you could go to page 23 and start at the top of the page.
Jay, now during the morning, or should I say, let's talk about now, the half wall divides the kitchen and the family room area. What kind of oil lamps were on there? L, just one was fragranced. It was a little plastic thing. It always said it was childproof because you, Jay, is it one of those little, like an incense L.
Is she talking about the little things that you put a tea light under and then it has the fragrance oil? I mean, because I'm trying to figure out what she's talking about. You open this cap and a thing, a little, do what now? I can't figure out what she's talking about unless she's talking about, they're called, let me pull it up because I know it's an induction lamp. Because I'm trying to figure out what she's thinking about. A catalytic. Okay. I knew it was a word for it. I couldn't remember what it is. I'm trying to figure out if that's what she's talking about. I will say I like these. These are really nice. They're super expensive though. They're, but basically they have fragrance oil. You put a small amount into the bottom of this. You let it oil, or you let the oil soak up into the wick, and then you light the, little top part for about 3 minutes, and then you blow it out, and it just gives off a fragrance for about an hour or so, and you can blow out the flame. Now, I don't think this is what she's talking about, but this is what I'm envisioning. That being said, never let it be said that I understand Linda.
With a wick in it, and it has a smell. It was vanilla. You can open the cap up, the thing pops up. You light that thing, and it's got a little metal thing with a wick. And, oh, so it's not like a big hurricane lamps? L, no, but we had one of those, blown glass, for oil also, with a wick in it. J. Now the scented one, was that one of those like an air wick or one of those that has just a small container? L, it's just a small container, but I don't know what kind it was. Just that it was. J, do you know where it came from? Is that something he purchased or something that? L, yeah, and he had the oil too. J, how big, on the smallest one, how big of a container would you say that was?
See, so
You
that
know,
makes
1
me
cup,
think
2
that
cups?
she got one of
L,
these.
I don't know, like, maybe.
So let me pull this up. It's from Walmart. But basically, this is what I think she's talking about. No, I don't want to log into my Walmart account. So it's not a diffuser. Basically, what you do is you light the top. So this this lid comes off, and there's basically a wick and a little mechanism, like a little metal thing that you would hold the very tip of the wick, and you burn it, and the top is like a clay that draws the scented oil up in through the wick, and you don't have to keep it on fire. You basically let it burn for I think 5 minutes, and then it completely, you blow it out, and then it just releases the fragrance into the air over the next hour. That's kind of what I think they're talking about. That can be so it's called a catalytic fragrance lamp. But that's kind of what I'm thinking she's talking about, considering she's talking about, the cap that comes off. See here. So you light that for 2 to 3 minutes. The flame will be very large. Oh crap, I share this tab. You blow it out, and then it just releases fragrance oil, or the fragrance into the air, but it doesn't have to be lit the entire time. So that's kind of what I think she's talking about. That being said, I have no idea what she's talking about. But with the way she's kind of explained that, They're also called effusion lamps, but I've heard them called catalytic fragrance lamps. That being said, I really like them, although Mr. Moe keeps hiding mine, mostly because he is, well, he is tired of me buying a bunch of tchotchkes. That being said, I will find them.
Maybe a baby bottle, the smaller kind. J, I'm not familiar with that. L, like a deletion. L, 4 ounces. Thanks. She has a new grandbaby. L, familiar with those sizes. Now the blown glass one is set up for an oil lamp. L, yeah.
I'll have you go to the next page.
J, it has a wick. L, yes. J, did it have the twisty thing for raising and low? L, no. J, okay. L, it's just decorative more. I didn't understand how those things could. It's just
I have
a
told
little
him
bitty
this.
glass plug that holds the J. Oh, like a glass bead that sits on top and then the wick comes up through it. L, yeah. J, and how big was this one? L, not terribly. J, I mean, was it? L, like? J, 4 ounces, 8 ounces? L, more than the small one, but not maybe just like double, maybe like 8 ounces or something? J, and then there's just the 2 of these? L, yeah. J,
Dang.
and then what type of candles? L, just scented candles? J, are they big candles or are they like little tea light candles? L, no, just in the glass jar, small, maybe votive size or something. J,
Okay, the way that the defense had, described this man sitting in this, living room with like oil lamps and a kerosene, towels just everywhere and, candles. I mean, I am over here trying to picture how this man, didn't think that this was a fire hazard. But she's talking about like votive holders, very small. Trying to think of something. These are not big candles. They're the short, chunky candles. I mean, so the fireplace would be the biggest thing. And then that leads me to the question, is this an open fireplace or is this a wood burning stove? What are we talking about here?
about how many of those were going? L, 1 that I seen.
I'm going to have you continue on to page 25.
My sinus medication dries me out. J, and then both. L, it was on the bar, on the kitchen counter, where he was doing bills in the morning. And then there was, I'm sorry, the kitchen and dining room were separated only by a bar.
And I'm going to have you just skip those next few paragraphs, go to the L that says not that I can think of. Start there.
That says what?
Not that I can think of, just skip the next 3 sections.
L, not that I can think of. I just know our furnace.
Because, I mean, who didn't learn fire safety from Fire Marshal Bill and how to be a better friend from Homie the Clown? I mean, in living color, gosh, I wish that we had funniness still. I know, I have a new candle that I was gonna light today, but I can't find the lighter. I don't know where they go in my house. I can't tell you.
Was had to be bled out again in the last couple days, but not that day. J, so you say the furnace wasn't bled on that day? L, no. J, now the
Probably
furnace is
better
an oil
leaders.
furnace. How often have you had to bleed this? Do you know? Do the bleeding of it? L, well, I think he did it like Saturday night. Last winter, we had to have Fields come out a couple times, and Todd thought maybe we had maybe water in the fuel. But apparently, when they set it up, they didn't put the tubing all the way down like it should have been, or it was just too close or something. He said somehow there was air getting in or something to one of those tubes, and he just had to go down, open a thing, and there was a little hose, and then he could just bleed through it. J, now if he had to bleed it like that, did he end up with oil on the floor? L, yeah. J, that's kind of makes a mess. L, yeah, and Kitty Lynn.
Why do you have to bleed the furnace inside? I mean, look, God bless the poor salesperson slash technician that they sent up, you know, to try to sell us our new air conditioner and heating system. Now, me being me, I didn't realize that I'm basically getting look, the only way that I could make sense of the HVAC system and why I had to buy a heater when all I wanted was GD air conditioning, I finally had to explain it to myself that I'm getting a freezer oven. And in order to get my freezer, I had to also buy an oven. Now, I don't know why I also had to buy an oven, but this is the only way that it would make sense, that somehow HVACs have to bundle a freezer and an oven together. Oh, okay, Beth, that makes more sense. I was wondering why you would do that. That being said, I could definitely Miss K Grift, I could not for the life. I was getting visibly irritated because the man kept talking about heaters, and I was like, "Sir, I don't know what they done told you when you got out of here or out here, but I am in the mood for air conditioning. It is August, so I don't want a heater." And Mr. Mo was exasperated with me, as he always is. Like, you have to buy a heater when you buy an air conditioner. And I was like, well, why the hell do you have to do that? That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I was about to go full Randy Marsh. Like, I just want an air conditioner. I thought that was America where I could just buy an air conditioner, but apparently I have to buy an oven too. Now, I still don't rightly understand why it is that you have to buy. JKD Buck, you and Mr. Mo and this nice man from, Economy, Air, and Heating did try to explain all of this to me. The only way I can justify it is that I am bundling an oven with a freezer for some reason. That's what I said. I was like, we don't need a new furnace. It's our air conditioner that's broke. JKD Buck, you are probably right. I have a mental block. I really just still don't understand how the entire system works, but I'm just happy it does.
Dinner we put down there sometimes, and J, yeah, that's one of the problems with oil. It's great for heat and stuff, but it's a little messy to work with if you have a problem.
I'm going to have you go to the next page. On the second section, can you start with under the J, or what do you think? Maybe the last sentence on the second section, down on J.
Oh, okay, yep, J. And about how long ago was this?
I'm going to have you stop there. Skip the L and the J, and then the blacked out section. Right above the blacked out section, if you could just start with, or what do you think? Second section down, page 26.
Yep, 26.
Last sentence, or what do you think? Right before the blacked out line.
Oh.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm looking way down the page.
If you could start there and then just read down to November.
Read from below the blacked out area?
The one right above the blacked out area, or what do you?
The top of the page, L is unintelligible. I was afraid to death of propane. He wanted to put propane in here. I wouldn't have propane. J, any opinions in your mind? What do you think happened to the cause of the fire? I mean, have you had any kind of problems or something that you would think is going on, or what do you think caused the fire? L, I feel like maybe Todd yelled at me once during the day and told me that no one else would ever have me. And I think that maybe he meant for both of us too. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. J, Did he say anything about killing himself or killing you? L, he has in the past. That's why I went up to go see about getting a divorce, because he told me a couple months ago that God was testing him to see which one of us was supposed to go. And that he had brought up his shotgun after hunting one day and was cleaning it. And I knew, I seen it out of the corner of my eye when he walked up the stairs that the gun was cocked. And he had his cleaning stuff in his hand. He came over and stood right behind me when the counter was in the dining room, and he pointed it, but it was not, I could see in the computer screen that the barrel was not pointed straight at me. But he stood there, and he just said behind me, he said, "I'm really sorry to have to do this, Linda." And then I turned around and I looked at him, and he just laughed at me and said, "I should have seen my face because I looked really scared," and that he was just messing with me. And that's when I decided to take some legal steps and talk to my sister and made arrangements. J, and about how long ago was this? L, November.
I'm going to have you then jump to page 27, start at the top.
J, was the furnace working that day? L, yes. J, now when you came upstairs, now you said you could hear him yelling and then it turned to screaming. What was he yelling at that point? Was he just, L, that's when he was yelling at me that nobody else would ever. J, has he ever said flat out that he was going to kill you? Has he ever threatened to kill you? J, in those words, did he say anything on this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, anything about going to kill himself or? J, that's no. L, not this weekend, I'm sorry. J, okay, yeah, I know, people aren't used to. L, did he say, I'm sorry? He didn't say anything about killing himself, but he did say about our bills, how much we owed his sisters and his mom and the mortgage and everything, and that we didn't have enough life insurance on both of us. You know, it'd take both of our life insurance policies to take care of it.
I'm going to stop you there and have you go to page 28. About a little over halfway through the page on J, and it says, and now.
Now, what I will say is that if Linda's story about some of these incidents can be corroborated, you know, at least to the point of, you know, any of the sons or her friends, or she had contemporaneous sort of confessions to some of the friends in her life about the things that Todd was doing, then I think that this is going to hold more weight. What I hesitate to do is take Linda at face value when Todd is not here to defend himself. So, do I know that this happened? All we have is Linda's word that this happened. And Linda, you know, was having an affair and lied about it throughout the entirety of most of the initial part of the investigation. So there is also something incredibly hinky about the fact that, you know, Todd not only, you know, had wounds on his head, was burnt, and then there is evidence that can show that she ran him over with the van. So if he had, you know, simply had the burns, I could maybe see this being a tragic accident. If he maybe just had the bludgeoning, I could say, okay, maybe with the bludgeoning and the burns, maybe he fell down the stairs and that's what happened. But then you have the fact that his blood and viscera is both on the front bumper, right next to a dent in the van, but, you know, also under the, you know, undercarriage of the car. I don't know.
How you came up the stairs.
J, and now you came up the stairs. Where was Todd at? L, when I came around the corner from the stairway to the living room, there was a lot of fire between our bedroom door and his recliner. And he was more closer to our bedroom. And there was just a fire and a lot of smoke. But there was no fire there was a point in the living room where it was like, it wasn't between our bedroom and
I'm going to have you stop there because I want you to read that sentence again. After you said there was a point in the living room where it was like, if you could then read that again.
There was a point in the living room where it was like it was between our bedroom and his recliner, but nothing on this side of it. J, nothing on this side coming back towards the kitchen, dining room, and the stairwell. L, kitchen, dining room, nothing.
I'm gonna have you go to the next page. You can start then with the fourth section down, J, then that way.
J, then that way we can sketch the floor plan. The flames that you saw, where was the fire at? Was it on the ceiling, on the furniture, on the floor? L, I could see Todd's legs. The chair was on fire, and then there was a little bit of fire on the floor. And then there was a lot of fire over by the bedroom. I couldn't tell if it was him or if it was the wall or what it was. G,
I'm gonna have you skip that. I don't know who G is. We'll have you skip that and just go to the next one.
L, he was covered.
Skip the G and then go to L.
L, fire just completely covered. J, now how did you go out? Which way did you go? L, I ran out this front door. And J, out the front door? Is that the same way he came out? L, I don't know where he came out at. There's a U in there for a different.
Go ahead and skip that.
Yeah. L, when I came out through, I don't remember closing the door, but I heard the door slam. I mean, it just went whoosh. And J, and that's when the door slammed. J, now, when you came outside, what did you see as far as smoke and fire? I mean, when you first came out, what did you do? L, it was just black. I ran towards the side of the house and I seen a bunch of smoke. And so I ran and I got in the van because I didn't have no way to call anybody unless I got to the neighbors. And I didn't have shoes on. So I thought for a second I'd
Dramatical
run through
reading.
the horse pasture, but then I thought I should drive the van.
And I'm gonna have you go to page 30 and read that for me, please.
This was the fire investigator, but this is an investigator, I believe, from a private firm. So this was actually a fire investigator that was hired by their insurance company. So this does seem to be like a way that they have to be able to get Linda's first statements in. It really is upsetting, I guess, that they, of course, got rid of the recordings, but this was back in 2007, so I doubt that they can require a company to keep, records for 18 years. That being said, this man has all of the stay awake power of pure Colombian uncut freaking Ambien. And Gregory Bentway, no, in fact, in a move I have never heard before in my entire life, the insurance company basically came to Linda after the fire and said, well, you were not paid up on your premium. But if you are able to write us a check, like go out down to the courthouse and pay your arrears today, we will go ahead and backdate your policy and consider you covered during the time of this fire. Now, that has come out from the defense. Now, I don't know if the insurance and the state work together to try to lull Linda into this sense of, security and, tried to use insurance to kind of get her to be less guarded with what she was telling people. But I have never heard of an insurance doing this. I have never heard of that. I would consider that fraud. But I have never heard of that.
Jay, and then you say you see smoke. Was the smoke coming out of doors, windows, or just through the roof? L, I don't even remember. I just know that I seen smoke, but I didn't even...
Well, so average Deb, because very early on, within first responders getting to the body of Todd Stermer, as soon as the alarm went out about this fire, several of the deputies have stated that they could smell, the odor of accelerants on Todd, namely or chiefly his underpants, his pants, and his socks. So there was suspicion right from the very get-go that this was an arson type fire, that this was, not a naturally occurring fire. That being said, you know, the defense is going to claim that there were never any accelerants found on any of Todd's clothing. So, we're just going with, I'm basically going with the stories that we were told in opening statements for things that we haven't gotten to yet. So they were already suspicious, but maybe they didn't have enough to ask her questions themselves.
Even remember where it was. It seemed like it was on, I remember looking up at some point and seeing a bunch of black smoke, but I don't remember at what point that was. Jay, and then you jumped in the van, and did you actually drive out in the van? L, I had backed up, but then I seen Todd, so I pulled forward real quick and jumped out to see if I could help him, but he wouldn't lay down. He was trying to pull his pants and socks off, and so I screamed at him and told him to lay down, and Jay. And then how did the fire department did you ultimately make a call to the fire department? L, no, when I was with Todd down here, because I couldn't get the van back up, because it's so muddy over here, we don't have gravel over here. And I pulled over here to try to stop and help him. Then I realized I couldn't, and I had to get somebody to help us. So I jumped back in the van, but I couldn't back up. So usually we go down to the driveway, because it's real sandy right here in front of the house, and get going fast and get back up. But then I see him laying over there, so I jumped out of the van, ran over to him. He wasn't on fire anymore, and then I seen neighbors come up, and I was just screaming at them to call 911.
No worries, Miss K. Grift. And I do have from Jedi Jess, I just haven't read the full thing to be able to break it down. I am intending to do a video of the breakdown, but it seems like on the surface of it, she had lack of effective counsel, and her counsel didn't, do any sort of objections at any point in the trial, nor did he retain an expert to, push back on some of the state's expert witness, statements. So that's what it looks like. And then the state obviously wanted to go ahead and try to retry her. So this is the retrial. Now, given the performance of her defense thus far, I don't know that she's having a better roll of the dice this time.
Jay, now whereabouts was he laying? Unintelligible. L, over on the, Jay, between here and where the driveway goes around? Yeah, L, yeah.
I'm going to have you go to page 31 and just read the top paragraph.
Jay, and then you say the neighbors then pulled in?
I'm sorry, and then the next response.
I'm trying to, the rings are blowing in the sun, that shadow. L, yeah. Then, while I was laying on him trying to keep his mouth open and keep him breathing, then another neighbor got there and said that he was a medic. I didn't realize who it was at first. And they pulled me away from Todd and started checking him over. And they got that boat that's over there from somewhere. I don't even know where that was. They put Todd in that and then drug him away from the house farther, over here somewhere. And the paramedics then finally got here, and it seemed like it took them forever to get here. And I don't know who got here first. I was just right there.
I'm going to have you flip to page 54. You can start with the third line down.
Jay, now you talked about oil lamps and a candle on the half wall. L, yeah, there. This had all Christmas decorations and a little oil lamp. Jay, and you said there was two of, do you remember where they were positioned? I mean, just evenly spaced so they look nice, or was one closer to Todd's chair and one closer to this end here? Jay, and then how about the candle? L, the candle was on the bar. Jay, oh, over here? L, where he was doing the bills that morning, we had a table right here in the corner that had a poinsettia on it, and we had a big dining room table here.
I'm gonna have you stop and go to page 56. You could go about halfway down the page where there's an L and it says, yeah, I came right up, and start from there.
L, yeah, I came right up and I ran around this side here. J, so through the kitchen and around, how far into the living room did you get? L, I just got right between the fireplace and somewhere in here. J, okay, then that's basically between, just inside the door opening, and then yesterday you said that you could see that the fire was like from the master bedroom to the recliner, that half. L, the recliner was all on fire, there was a big bunch of fire right by our bedroom door, and I could see Todd's. J, okay, so he was actually over by the bedroom door.
Okay, and maybe I'm reading too much into this, but Linda is now has thrown out several different gambits as to how this fire, or what was the motivation if this fire was set by Todd. Now, it doesn't make sense to me if the defense made a big deal about this man being in a recliner by a fireplace with an oil lamp and votive candles when the fire seemed to have originated in their room per what she's saying. So it doesn't sound like, or in the recliner. It also sounds like the most terrible effing way to go out if you were to choose to delete, to set yourself on fire. Chucky, I believe that they probably tried to do that. So on Friday, we watched this yesterday, but it would have been on Friday. I think that they went and had a lot of discussion after to, try to figure out what could be used in this transcript and things like that. So I do think that the sort of redacted bits are what they came up with as far as, the sort of random stuff that was within the transcript, and then I think they are going to be attacking it on the basis of the fact that the original recordings were deleted, and that while the company had an internal process for, checking and rechecking these transcripts, they weren't an outside party or the defense who could have, had the original and not just the transcript. So I think that the defense might attack this evidence on that particular basis.
Or L, closer to the bedroom door, kind of. I don't know. Kind of in between our bedroom door and the fireplace, kind of. I don't know, somewhere in between, like here, but I could see fire all the way back to, it was just.
I'll have you go to the next page.
J, was he coming towards you, towards out? L, I couldn't tell. J, now I know, I realize this is difficult, but when you saw the flames, the recliner, could you still see the chair? L, I don't remember. J, or was it just a big ball of flames? L, I just kind of glanced, J, how about fire in between? Was the whole room on fire, or did it look like a concentration of fire over here? L, it looked like a bunch of fire over here by the recliner. L, and then there wasn't much fire between, and then there was a lot of fire over here. J, and then when you took off, you just went out the front door. L, inaudible. J, okay, when you went out the front door, you said yesterday, said you ran out to the van. Where was the van parked at? L, parked right in front of the house. We drove right up to. The contractors made a mistake. They weren't supposed to carry the driveway as far up as they did, so we took advantage of it. J, so you pulled up right by the front porch there? L, yeah. J, now what were you wearing? Did you have clothes on or still in your jammies from? L, no, I have.
No, Gregory Benway, I did that yesterday, so. Yeah, if there are no legal protections for him, it's very shady And that is just my speculation. I don't know if the police was in any way, in with the insurance, but it does seem that, it is possible that they did that.
Got on some pants and a sweater. Jay, now did you have keys for the van with you?
I'll have you go to page 58, if you could read that page.
We always leave, L, again, we leave our billfold and our keys in the vehicles. I don't, but Todd always does. He always brings mine in and put them in the drawer in the kitchen. The boys had my vehicle, and so when the boys were taking off in the morning, I just took my purse and threw it over into the van. But Todd always kept keys in, always inaudible about that. I hated it. Jay, okay, and then yesterday explained that you went to the van, you were gonna try to get help, and then where did you drive? You were parked in front of the house. L, I backed up, but then I seen Todd, so I pulled up this way and stopped. Jay, and this way, you're pointing up here towards the north. Now, he came out, but you don't know what door he came out. L, he was just in the side yard here. Jay, okay, up by the front of the house, or was he all the way around the side? L, he was closer to the front towards that rock pile. Jay, okay, then what happened? L, I pulled the van up real quick and jumped out, was screaming at him to lay down. He was trying to get his pants off, and I kept trying to get up and reach and grab him, his pants. He just wouldn't stay still. Jay, okay, and from then from the L, and then he laid down. I looked at him and I thought, oh my God, I gotta get him help. So I went back to the van and I tried to back up, but I couldn't back up because this is too muddy. So I thought if I pulled down here real fast, and I couldn't see Todd when I backed up, and I pulled down here because I was gonna try back up to get a running start, and I couldn't. So I jumped back out and ran to Todd. And he was laying right there in here someplace, and I just laid on him. And Jay, and you're
Yeah, the way she kind of said it, he just wouldn't stay still. Yeah. Definitely vices, and I think Dave has said if you want to be a good Samaritan and share information with the police, do it through an attorney.
the idea was to back up down to the flats here and then try to get a running start up the hill. Well, usually we could if we got right in here because it's all sandy and we could back around. Jay, just take kind of a zoom up the slippery hill. But I wasn't thinking. I mean, with my Blazer, I could do it. With Corey's car or with the van, it's kind of like our pickup truck was. It's just so heavy, I guess. And Jay, it is a full-size van, or L, it's a big conversion van. At some point, my neighbors got here. I seen the neighbors, and I'm screaming at them to call somebody. I laid on Todd, and I'm trying to keep his airway open, and I could tell that he was still breathing. And Jay, which neighbors were that?
I'm going to have you stop there. I'm going to have you go to the next page, page 60. And I believe there's just one section that's not blacked out, if you could read that.
Jay, now when you were trying to back up, and then you said you saw Todd come out, and then he laid down, you had to jump back in the van and try to get out. That's when you got stuck? Was that after you got back in?
I'm going to have you go to page 61. Near the bottom section on J, where it says, and then you were.
Yes, Jay. And then you were downstairs prior to discovering the fire. Yesterday, you talked about how that you were downstairs and that, L, yeah, I was in the laundry room. Jay, and that you were in the laundry room when you heard Todd start screaming. L, yeah, prior to that, I was back, in the living room in the basement. There was a big, huge game table too, because I was folding laundry on that table.
And I'm going to have you stop there, go to the next page on page 62, and start at the top for me, please.
Jay, now you said yesterday you guys had been arguing that he had been yelling at you, and then the yelling turned to screaming. Was it he stopped yelling? Was there a pause? L, yeah, he just stopped yelling, and then I don't know, just moments later, Jay, for how long? I mean, was it, just L, just a couple of sentences, and then a pause, and then a scream. Jay, could you understand anything that I was saying? I mean, when he first started screaming, was he yelling fire, yelling get out? I know these are...
So, Miss Kay Griff, I think she was talking to the insurance over the course of 2 days to try to maybe recoup some financial losses or, possibly have income coming in for her boys and herself. Now, I will say that it's not unusual for insurance companies to talk to you when you're trying to file a claim. I mean, it's not for fire, but we had hail damage and, we had to, go show the person, yes, this is what the hail damage is. Or, when we moved into this house and we realized that instead of patching the roof, the previous owners patched the roof, but we have a flat roof with that kind of tar covering. Well, if you make a, hole in the plastic covering and you don't actually make a good patch or seal around that, basically our entire roof was completely falling in on itself. It was lucky that we found out about it. But we had to talk to the insurance. We had to talk to, have them take pictures, show exactly what happened. So that being said, don't have flat roofs.
are kind of meticulous is what I'm looking at, is trying to reconstruct. You've been real helpful with where the fire was located, and I'm looking at a time frame as to how the fire grew from, from wherever it started into what it did. And the time frame is an important factor. L, he told me nobody else would ever have me.
Well, yeah, if you started asking, what were you and Mr. Moe arguing about when you found out about the roof, I'd be like, Your Honor, he died of COVID, as I said. We probably do. We've managed, that was in the first bit when we've moved in, so I think we've actually managed to pay the roof off and all that, so I'm sure we do, but would we go? Absolutely. The truth would be out. Tired, angry, fed up, Southern mom. We could get the truth. There's so much that doesn't add up in this story. Now, it could be that she is, that she was not remembering things because she was so traumatized. But then you always have to keep in mind that she could be not telling things, in order because she tried to, unalive her husband. So it just, for the love of all that is holy, this story doesn't make sense the way it's being told.
Jay, but that obviously was part of his controlling nature of trying to control me. L, crying.
Have
Jay,
fun.
There we go. How long had you been downstairs doing laundry and stuff before you heard, one, the yelling stop, and him start screaming? Because I know you said you'd been down, got the boys, did laundry, had been up and down a couple times. The last time you went down, about how long was it you were in the basement before the...
It's an older house, and I think they called it a membrane roof because you've got so they put new wood support things. I think they're called joists. Don't quote me on that. They put new joists in and did an all new layer of the plastic stuff and the tar stuff and all the stuff you're supposed to put on the kiwi green. It'd be better to ask Mr. Moe. I'm just like, because he would ask me every day, so what are they working on? I'm like, I don't know, the roof. So I was like, a roof?
the screaming and the fire was discovered. L, I don't know.
Oh, good Lord.
I don't even remember what exactly. Folded laundry, I went down, I don't know. I was just kind of putting around down there trying to avoid. I used the bathroom, I checked the laundry, I don't know, maybe.
I'll have you go to the next page, page 63, please.
L, maybe around 15 or 20. I don't think it was a half hour, I don't. J,
Yes, it is still,
J,
it is still flat. I mean, it would have cost a lot more money to basically change the entire structure of the house because we weren't fixing to fiddle with all that and the cost of that. So it is still flat. Eventually, I would love to, get things changed so it doesn't look like a dentist office from the 1970s. But cosmetically, it looks fine and it's working and it doesn't leak. So at this point, I'm okay with it.
and then this would have been after you talked about you were reading. L, right. J, the book with the instructions for your son's medication. L, well, then I took a nap when I was reading that booklet and I got Todd something to drink and I went down and I don't know, it may have been longer. I know I put some more Christmas decorations away at some point down there.
I'm going to stop you and have you go to page 64. If you could read the last 3 sections at the bottom, starting with J, have you ever?
J, have you ever had problems with the fireplace? Now, it's a wood-burning fireplace. L, yeah. J, is there a glass on the front or the screen?
I'll have you go to page 65 and continue there.
L, no, there's just a screen. Poles. J, okay. Oh, okay, yep. L, we went to try and get the glass for it and found out we had to special order it because it was an oddball size or something. And J, you ever had any problems with well, let me back up a little bit. With the fireplace upstairs, is there a stone hearth or ceramic tile or something? L, there was a flashing sill that he hadn't put we had in the, all right at the base of the stairs in the basement, there was a big, huge linen closet. Right there was a wall here, and this was just a linen closet, and there were blankets and sheets from ceiling to about knee high. And then underneath was all the tile that we were going to put in on the floor in the front of both fireplaces.
Wait a minute. Okay, no, this is a terrible, terrible idea. Now, I only know this, I'm only smart about a couple of things, you guys, home construction wise. And if you have a wood burning fireplace that, adjoins to any sort of flooring, generally you'll find that people will have like tile around a fireplace. They'll have a stone hearth. They'll have something that keeps, if any embers are going to fly off, they'll land on a tile. They'll land on something that doesn't promote burning. Now, if they had 2 wood burning fireplaces with only a screen, so the thing that you pull across, not even the glass, and he didn't have any tiling around the front of it and only had the flooring. From what I'm understanding, it sounds like they had metal flashing around the chimney or possibly around the front area that would have caused that fire, if embers dropped on the floor, to not have those start a fire. But it sounds like they had the tiles they were fixing to put in front of both of these fireplaces in a linen closet. Okay.
But there was just metal flashing on the floor. J, okay, just metal flashing where the hearth should go. L, yes. J, and then carpet, and then no carpet in that area. L, no.
And I'm going to stop you there, Dean, if you can just read the last entry on that page with L.
L, never a log rolling out because we had a nice grate in both of them. But we've had poppers every now and then, but not, like if you don't close the screens sometimes, but nothing.
Maybe go to page 66, start at the top.
J, how about over by the master bedroom? You said that he was over there and there was a lot of fire there. Do you use any space heaters, electric portable heaters? L, we used to. We used to have an kerosene heater up there on the floor, and when we were, first working on it, and that, J. Okay, when you were building, L, yeah. L, but we didn't have, they're in the shed or in the semi. One of the two, we didn't. J, how long has it been since you've used a kerosene heater in there? L, oh, since last winter.
I'm going to stop you, if you could go to the top of page 67.
L, one of the Mathaneys, I'm sure. Those are the only people I remember seeing when I was laying on Todd. That's when Mr. Masali came and then announced something about being a trained medic. And then he told me his name, but I don't remember hearing. I just remember hearing that I'm a trained medic and then.
And then I'm going to have you go to page 68. And after the blacked out section, if you could read from there, just the next 4 sections.
Okay, J, and then electricity, of course, was on at the time. You don't. L, J, have any gas? L, no. J. And now, have you had problems with the wiring since you built the house? Tripping breakers, plugs that you plug in and nothing happens? L, no. He made sure everything was on plenty of circuits.
I'm going to stop you there. If you can go to the next page, page 69. About a third of the way down on J, if you could start with all right.
J, all right, how about problems? You said the furnace, that every now and then you have to bleed the lines.
They were fireplaces, not wood stove. Now, wood stoves, I'm basing it on a wood stove. That's what we have. That being said, the fireplace, maybe the requirements are different with a fireplace as far as how much flashing you have.
Because they get air in it. L, yeah. J, L, I'm not sure if it was because of the air. I know that Todd has said that might have been one of the problems, because the way the copper tubing is supposed to come down inside of the tank, and he said that the guy was real ding-a-ling and that he did it the first time around. And then someone from Bangor, so he had someone else come out, and but I have one winter we had them come out like 6 times just from Fleetwoods, and then he called through Fields a couple times, and then he figured it out himself how to.
And maybe skip down to the last sentence of the page and read that, continue on to the next.
Jay, about how often this year, we'll say this winter, L, we haven't used the heat hardly at all this winter. We had, L, yeah, and it's been so warm, so it doesn't kick on much. And with him putting the insulation in the attic, I don't even remember whether it was this spring or this summer, but it just.
And I'm just going to have you skip down then to the 5th one up where it says J, now the candle's burning.
J, now the candle's burning. We talked about the small oil lamps on the half wall, and then the candle, that was on the bar, L, bar, J, and that would have been it, L, yeah. J, how about smokers?
I'm going to have you go to page 71 at the top.
L, no, not ever in the house. My mom can't even smoke in the house.
I'll have you continue on.
J, now who's the smoker? Is Todd a smoker? No, never really. He just occasionally, if he went hunting with all the guys, he'd have a L, or what do you call a celebratory cigar or something, but no. J, you don't think smoking is the cause of the fire? L, no, definitely not. We don't even own any ashtrays.
I'm going to stop you there. If you could go to page 74. And I'll have you then start with the third section down, any flammable liquids.
Start where?
The second J from the top of the page. So it would be like the 3rd line down.
Okay. Yeah, the L, yeah. J, where would
Let's
that?
go up a little higher. Start
Oh.
out with any flammable liquids, please.
Oh, okay, yep, J. any flammable liquids stored inside the house, any gasoline, kerosene. I think you mentioned that with the oil lamps, you had some lamp oil.
Who stores gasoline and kerosene in the house? Now, I can understand oil lamp, or lamp oil, I guess, peanut oil for your turkey fryer, which you have to use inside your house. That is a joke. Do not put your turkey fryer in your house. And don't put your turkey in there frozen. If you need those kind of tips this far beyond Thanksgiving, then I'm glad to share with you my only knowledge about these things. But I mean,
L, yeah. J, where would that have been stored at? L, underneath the sink in the kitchen, occasionally in our bedroom. Todd would leave the bottle on the nightstand or by the nightstand, if he had filled it up. In the furnace room, when he'd bleed it out, he didn't always take out and dump it back into the tank. Sometimes there would be a 2-liter bottle where he had, done that. J, but that would be left in the L, basement. J, furnace room. L, furnace room, yeah. J, now when he bleeds it out normally, is that it? He just bleeds it into a bottle or something?
And I'm going to have you go ahead and go to page 76 and just read me the single sentence, the second sentence down.
The second line
Second
up?
sentence, starting, it's L, under L, starting with Todd.
L, Todd and I were here, the only ones home.
I'm going to have you now flip to page 78. And I'm going to have you skip the J section, the one at the top, the J at the top, and just start with the L.
L, I don't think we had insurance though. Todd told me that he didn't pay the insurance and it was due in December. J, and now is that the homeowners? L, yes, and L, they have to investigated everything anyways, but I don't think that, see, we had gotten really behind on our bills and our mortgage, and we were in foreclosure over this summer. We had borrowed against the life insurance. Todd borrowed $25,000 from his sister overseas to buy some gloves for his business.
I'm going to stop you there, and I'm going to have you flip over to page 81. And go ahead and just start then with the paragraph at the top, the L. Perfect. Honestly, we don't have that many pages, Your Honor. We're on 81 out of 90. So if the court wants, we can just finish up these 9, and I don't think there's everything on all 9 pages.
Start with the
Yes, please.
L, I know that Todd's mom can confirm this, that if you had to ask her, but last year I had asked her to please not loan Todd any more money, that it just kept him from going out and, us being self-sufficient. And he owes her I owe her a great sum of money. So when he asked her this last time to borrow money, she sent him in the direction of his sister because she didn't have any more money to loan him. I think that we owe Sandy several $1,000s, and
I'm going to have you stop, and if you could skip down just a few lines to the L, I think it was.
L, I think it was $30,000.
And I'll have you continue there.
J, and then he's into his sister for 25. L, and his brother for 5. And that was one of the things that he mentioned recently, that between the two of us, life insurance policies, we might have enough to take care of everybody. But Todd has been depressed off and on, but he refused to take any medication since we lived on the other side of Lawrence, because our insurance company dropped his prescription insurance because Todd said it was because he was on antidepressants and they felt he was, so he refused to take any antidepressants ever again. He got mad at me when I found out that I went on some recently. Asked me what the heck kind of stress did I have. I didn't owe anybody any money. It was him that, so, his mom and I have talked about him being depressed, off and on.
I'll have you go to page 82.
Start at the top.
If you can start at the last sentence on the top paragraph of J, is there anything?
J, it was in the room.
Oops, I'm sorry. Top paragraph, J, last sentence.
J, it wasn't fire coming out of the fireplace.
I'm going to stop you again. Go up to the top, J.
Oh, top J.
paragraph, last sentence.
J, he was obviously on fire. Is there anything up there that could start the fire? L, the fireplace was the only thing I could think of, but it wasn't. I ran up almost to the fireplace. The fire came from our bedroom direction towards me, towards the fireplace, so it wasn't the fireplace. I know that it wasn't the fireplace. J, it wasn't fire coming out of the fireplace or the pipes or along the ceiling or anything. It was L, no, it. J, it was in the room. L, I came from the basement, the pipes are there and the wall, and J, could he have had fuel on him? L, I took him juice, I would have smelled it. J, and then when you took him juice, he was sitting in the recliner? L,
I'm going to stop you there. If you can go to page 83, about a third of the way down, the J that starts with OK.
J, okay, would it be normal for him if he wore clothes, well, let's say Saturday when he was bleeding the furnace, if he had gotten oil on him, would he have worn those same clothes all night? Inaudible. L, no. J, he was more, a little neater than that. Oh, J, he was more, a little neater than that. L, he was a pretty boy. L, if he spilled a tiny bit on him, I mean, yes. L, but not a lot.
I'm going to have you go to page 84 and just read 3 lines for me under about right before the blacked out portion. On L, he had a temper.
L, he had a temper. He had a real bad temper. And you know, he said that he never hit me, but he could bruise me without his fists. I mean, he hit me with a fishing reel one time.
I'm going to have you go to page 85, middle of the page, on L, where it says somebody from work.
L, somebody from work had called to see about getting some concert tickets that I had won. And he got mad because a man called my cell phone. And the police came. I think J, yeah. L, told you that. J.
And I'm going to have you skip down to the very last L paragraph and read that.
L, no, I mean, the kids were everything to him. I just can't imagine that, that he would, knowing we don't have insurance, and I mean, his sister was supposed to raise the kids, so I don't know. I keep going over this in my mind and trying to figure out, and the only thing I can figure out is if we were both supposed to go. I mean, he told me a long time ago, like,
And I'm going to have you go to the next page and just read the top paragraph.
around Thanksgiving time, that he'd been, he reads the Bible a lot, and he told me this week that he couldn't divorce me because if a man divorces a woman and even if she gets remarried or sees someone else or whatever, that the man causes her to commit adultery, then that man is equally responsible for the sin, and so he couldn't divorce me. I had to divorce him in order for it to be right with the Lord. And he told me around Thanksgiving time, well, it must have been earlier in November when I went to the lawyer. It really scared me then because he had said that he was waiting for a sign from God to see which one of us was supposed to go.
And I'm going to have you go to page 89. And under the one paragraph, the J, it says anything else that you can think of.
J, anything else that you can think of? I realize this is difficult, but trying to put the thing in, and what I'm looking at now is wiring, plumbing, furnace, and trying to put together to come up with a logical explanation of how we got that much fire that fast in the living room, where he's basically upstairs, and and like you said, medication he was on was antibiotics and stuff for an ear infection. Would he have been drinking at all that day? Would he have any alcohol in his system? No, I don't think so.
And we can stop there, Your Honor.
Morning break, about 15 minutes, jury. Remember to leave your notebooks in your chairs and also not to talk about the case with each other or anyone
morning
else. No
break.
media, no research of any kind.
So I will say this is probably the first indication that we've had in this particular trial, beyond the opening statements, that all was not right in the Stermer house. Now, according to, I will say, keep in the back of your mind that this is Linda telling her side of the story without Todd being there to defend himself. Now, I do think that we're going to get maybe a fuller picture of what was going on with the house now that her sons are of the age where, they can testify and they are no longer minors. So from what the state alluded to, the sons may have a bit of a different perspective of what the life was like in the Stermer house. That being said, I will say that the only thing that they found in his blood work was caffeine, and the only thing that they found in his urine was hydrocodone, but that could have been the cold medication with hydrocodone that he was given a prescription for. Now, he didn't have those things in his system, so I'm hoping that, that will be sort of fixed, but I don't know. Let's hope we are done with these transcripts for a while, because I swear this man could make me go into severe naptosis. Now, I will say that no cannabinoids were found in either his blood or urine. I feel that. Oh, this man. It's going to take us an hour and a half to get through the first question.
Mr. Shimsky, your appearance at the Stermer property was for what reason?
I was hired by Farm Bureau Insurance to conduct an investigation into the cause and origin of the fire.
And was that just based on the fact that someone had called and wanted to know the origin and the cause of the fire?
No, it would be very typical in a fire loss that an insurance carrier that covers the property would request an investigation to determine what happened.
Okay. And did you work with you said it was Farm Bureau?
Yes,
Yeah. And so you were on a contract basis with Farm Bureau, is that right?
yeah, basically, yeah, they pay our hourly rates, we conduct our investigation. When we're completed, we send the reports, the documentation, and an invoice to Farm Bureau for the work that we did.
Okay. So you're billing Farm Bureau by the hour?
Yes,
And the company that you was working for, was it your company?
no, at that time, it was a company called Kirby Bailey and Associates, which was an independent investigative company.
Okay. And so your credentials were that you were a fire investigator, is that correct?
Yes,
But not an expert, right?
no, I've qualified and testified as an expert many times.
Okay. And do you have a particular specialty in reference to your investigation of fires?
I guess I don't, we do a fire investigation, the normal procedures, interview the occupants, homeowner, any witnesses, photograph the exterior, interior, do a scene examination, and then document what you did, standard fire investigation.
But isn't the main reason why an insurance company would hire an investigator to determine the cause and origin of the fire is?
I'm going to object at this point. We're not entering Mr. Shinsky in as an expert, and so I think we're starting to get into expert questions and expert testimony.
Your Honor, I hadn't said anything about.
Okay, it seems like they may have gotten Mr. Shiskey out here just to be able to read this transcript, because if, anyone other than him tried to read the transcript, it would be hearsay. I believe she is, I'll have to double check that, because I don't know if they were. I will have to continue looking into this. Okay, and what ChatGPT is saying is that Linda Stermer is represented by defense attorney Wolf Mueller. The available information does not specify whether Mueller is serving as a privately retained counsel or public defender. A public defender or defenders are typically appointed when a representative to represent individuals who cannot afford to pay a private legal representation. Now, he has been publicly identified as her attorney, but hasn't given out sort of explicit details to confirm the nature of that sort of thing.
So, Mrs. Shipsky, when you were retained by the insurance company, tell me, to this jury, exactly what they asked you to do, other than just saying origin and cause of fire. Because obviously you spent a great deal of time at the location interviewing Linda Stermer.
Yes.
Now, what do they expect you to do when you go out on one of these retained contracts?
With any of the insurance companies, they would request with any of the companies that we've worked for, they would request a fire investigation, which would include interviews, if necessary, neighborhood canvass, witness interviews, homeowner interviews, photographs, floor plans, what you would do in a complete investigation. And that would be the same for every company that we work for, insurance or otherwise.
So your interviews, would that be interviews of individuals that were not part of the family?
In this case, no, I didn't conduct interviews outside of that.
So who all did you interview?
Linda Stermer,
And she's the only person that you interviewed?
yes,
The only person?
the only one that I can recall.
And in reference to you, the interviews pertaining to Ms. Stermer, you only communicated that information back to Farm Bureau, is that right?
It would have been in my report that went to Farm Bureau, yes.
You only communicated with Farm Bureau?
Pardon me?
Did you only communicate the information that you received from Ms. Stermer to Farm Bureau?
Possibly with the attorneys for Farm Bureau, if they contacted me regarding the work. But I don't recall any other outside contacts or activity.
Are you sure?
Sitting here right now, I can't, yes.
Well, did you have any communications in reference to your investigations with any law enforcement agency?
My first day on the fire scene, if I recall, I was going to look at my photos and didn't this weekend, I forgot about it, just to check the date. I believe I was there my first day, and the state police investigator, Scott Leroy, was there. and I believe there might have been someone from the sheriff's department, and I believe the MSP ran an accelerant canine in the home.
Okay, Mr. Shimsky, I just want you to tell me, based upon your investigation, the assignment that you was given under that contract, did you have some communications in reference to Ms. Stermer with a law enforcement agency outside of the date that you was there interviewing Ms. Stermer?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
No, you've not answered that.
Did I have a conversation about Mrs. Stermer with law enforcement?
Let me just ask you this. Seems like we're getting a little confused. You're there.
Oh, we're getting confused. No, you asked this man the same damn question twice. I get what you're alluding to, but you're asking dumb questions. So how about you stop getting confused and asking dumb questions, and then no one will get confused. Yeah, that's pretty much just the end. That'll just nip it in the bud if we just have you stop asking stupid questions.
Here to interview Linda Stermer pursuant to a contract that you had with Farm Bureau, right?
Correct.
Who at Farm Bureau contacted you?
I was contacted by the agent, or by the adjuster was Rodney Thuma,
Rodney Thune.
who is now retired from Farm Bureau.
Do you know why he contacted you?
I was a regular investigative company and investigator that would have been on the insurance company's list of approved investigators to handle their investigations.
Had you had business with Rodney Thune before?
Yes,
How many times?
many times.
Okay. And on most of the times that you had in reference to investigations with Rodney Thune, you were able to determine that there was fraud involved in reference to the fire that may have been referred to as an arson. Is that correct?
No, I've had all kinds of fires, accidental fraud, lightning. We do the investigation. They have a loss. They call us, do the investigation, and it is what it is when you're done with your investigation.
Okay. Well, are there certain factors that you have as far as your arsenal of information to look for when you go out and perform one of these investigations that's been assigned to you by the insurance company?
Yeah, that would be all of your training, education, seminars, on-the-job training, your schooling, fire investigation experience, your applications and acceptance and approval for certification through the national certification agencies would all be part of your job training and requirements, one, to become certified, and two, to conduct proper fire investigations.
And that's to determine the cause and origin of the fire, right?
Correct, the origin and cause.
So there's a lot of education, a lot of on-the-job training, a lot of workshops, a lot of seminars, a lot of specialty training that you have that would give you the education that's necessary to make valid decisions in reference to an investigation of the fire, right?
Yes.
That was a question? No, I'm being legitimate. That was a question. I mean, he basically just asked, do you have to have education, training, and continuing education and recertification? Now, he could have asked that in a cogent question form, but he decided to kind of do a statement and then add question mark?
To make a decision based upon the cause and the origin of the fire, right?
Yes.
And how many years have you been doing this?
I went on my first fire as a trooper out of the Niles Post in 1982. And I worked continuously in the fire investigation training, certification of the state police investigators years ago before the national certifications. I retired in 2003 from the state police, went to work for Kirby Bailey and Associates at that time. Kirby Bailey then became the Raymond Group, had an investigative section, and I work there. I'm now in my 22nd year there, retired as of December 31st of 23, but I'm on part-time basis till I can complete the litigation files that are still open.
You kind of digressed a little bit from what I was really asking, but I'm going to accept that, and I thank you for that in reference to.
I love how this lawyer is like, explain to me how you came to be a fire investigator. Gentleman answers, well, now you kind of went far afield from what I was asking you. Oh dear Lord, this is painful.
your training. With that, would a layperson, in your opinion, be able to tell you exactly what the cause of a fire is, who has absolutely no training in reference to what you just gave a long list of, that walked in a room, saw the flames in a room, saw a human being on fire? Would you expect that individual to tell you exactly how the fire started?
He didn't ask her exactly how. He said, where did the fire appear to you? Where did it look like the fire was coming to? Miss K. Griffin, Griff, I don't even want to tell you. Let's just for giggles, and I will take this off. But listen to how slowly this man talks. I have it at 1.25.
The layperson would have to conduct a full investigation in order to render that opinion.
Well, isn't it true that on January the 7th, you, in approximately 72 hours after
All right,
January
nope.
the 7th, where there was a fire and a fatality, that you show up on the scene and you expected Ms. Stermer to tell you exactly how the fire started? Isn't that true?
That would be one of the questions you asked, if you had any knowledge of what happened. That's why we do interviews, is to gain information.
There's a difference between your knowledge as a fire investigator, because that's what you was out there to do.
Okay, hey, moron lawyer, I'm going to explain this and break this down in true and epic Mo fashion. But a while back, the murderous squirrels that go around our house decided that they were going to chew my brake lines. Now, I managed to figure this out only going through Brown County, which, if you don't know, has a bunch of hills. And I'm calling Mr. Mo and I said, honey, I think my brakes may be out. Now, he said, why are you talking to me and why did you leave the house thinking your brakes were out? And I said, well, I didn't think they were out until we got here to all these hills. But the brake it's like I'm pushing it all to the floor and nothing's really happening all that much. And he's like, yeah, then your brakes are out. Pull over to the side of the road and, we'll be able to, those are your brakes. Those are out. Now, both Mr. Mo and myself, not being carologists, took it to the carology people who said, oh yeah, there's this little tiny valve right here that the squirrels done chewed over or through. So we'll get you some new hoses and that. Now, I don't think the carology guy expects me to say, hey, the S tubing in the brakes, that's what happened. I can't with this lawyer. This lawyer is annoying.
Was determine the origin and the cause of the fire. But you're interviewing Ms. Stermer, and all she could tell you was that she went up to the stairs and she saw the flames in the room. Isn't that true?
Yes.
So you wouldn't expect any layperson that has none of the skill sets that you have, none of the education that you have in reference to the origin and the cause of a fire, to be able to tell anyone, insurance company, law enforcement officer, unless they specifically saw someone light a match, firecracker, or any factual eyewitness. Without being a factual eyewitness,
This woman was a factual eyewitness to Todd Stermer basically playing the Human Torch. Also, firecracker. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. She was not there when he lit the match. Well, sir, neither was I, but I managed to, try to assess the origin of the fire. And that was entrapment. I don't know. Every time this man comes up, now all I am picturing is the substitute teacher from the Key and Peele sketch. Like, Aaron, you done effed up, Aaron. D nice. Oh gosh, what was another one? Jaqueline. Jaqueline. So if I start giggling to myself every time this lawyer comes up, just know that I'm hearing Aaron and Jaqueline in my head, and that's what's happening.
Would it be absolutely impossible for them to give you an explanation as to how a house burnt down and an individual human being that was in the house caught on fire? Yes or no?
No,
It would not be possible, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Thank you.
Balake.
You referenced to on page 62 of of this interview that let me just make sure that we don't misstate what was on the screen. And you have your transcript there, Mr. Shimsky, is that correct?
Timothy.
Page 62. And I'll just reference to the fifth line, and that's J, that's you.
Miss K. Griff for the win. I asked my 5-year-old why the toilet paper was unrolled throughout the entire house. I am also smart enough to know that her explanation of my unicorn did it is probably not factual. Now her unicorn, now I'm just throwing this out there because there is a person by the name of No One or Noon, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it wrong, who does a lot of things around my house. So maybe her unicorn and my No One get together and they're causing shenanigans of a Lilo and Stitch proportion in everyone's houses.
Right, you see it?
Yes, is that the one that starts out?
Yes, sir.
Could you
Yes, sir.
understand?
Yes, sir. You asked, could you understand anything that he was saying? I mean, when he first started screaming, was he yelling, fire, yelling, get out? I mean, you know, these are kind of, do you see that?
Yes,
Meticulous, because what I'm looking at is trying to reconstruct. So, 72 hours after Ms. Stermer had endured one of the worst tragedies that an individual could imagine. But you are,
No. What about us? We have had to endure your ridiculous, slow-ass delivery of questions that don't make any damn sense for the last 3 days. What about our suffering, damn it? I mean, I'm not even, my kids went back to school and I am not allowed to day drink anymore. Think about my suffering, damn it. This man's going on about this woman's suffering. Think of the jury suffering. They had to go through your opening statement without, 1.25 times speed.
Testimony by the attorney.
Your Honor, I'm just cross-examining, and it's my opportunity to cross-examine. May I go? May I finish it? So, Mr. Shimsky, what was it that you wanted her to reconstruct, that you were referring to
No,
when you made that statement?
lawyer, he's not asking her to reconstruct. He is going to amalgamate and, compile all of the information from Linda's interview, from the physical evidence and everything else, and he is going to reconstruct. She doesn't reconstruct anything. He is going to. I am so glad that my wooden stick figure dolls are coming in. I got an entire family of them. For until the time that I can get a, bad touch voodoo doll where I show where in the brain these testimonies hurt me, at least I can have a wooden, figure art drawer thing guy that I can just make do in weird poses when I'm trying to, show how my brain won't be hurt.
There was a question asking her what her husband was saying. Was he yelling? And it's one of those, she was the witness in the sense that she was in the home at the same time he was. And any of the information that she would have would certainly be valuable in evaluating a time frame. She'd been up and down the stairs by her own information on the interview, upstairs, downstairs. What's the time sequence from when she was downstairs and there was no fire upstairs? She comes upstairs and now the room is full of fire. That time sequence, it takes time for fires to develop, and it isn't a flash at times depending on what's going on. That question was merely, can she fill in the sequence of events that she best recalled, so that in my brain, analyzing what I have on the fire scene, can determine we go from no fire to a heavily involved fire in 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or maybe she'd been downstairs for 4 hours. If I don't talk to her and ask her those questions, how can I ever assess that information?
Okay. So I'll take that as your answer. Then, if we're only talking about that in reference to the fire, why was there so much time spent about the marital relation?
The conversation with problems to find out what's going on in the home. The interview is a general interview on the home, living there, day-to-day routine, day-to-day life.
I mean, to be fair, Linda offered all of the information. She was the one that kind of started off the narrative, basically begging the investigator to ask her question, because she started off, Todd was hollering and hemming like he always does, and I was, he was fixing to fuss at me. He just woke up fussing at me, so I was getting the kids up, and he was just a fussing, and I, a good mom was like, I don't want these boys around when he's fussing. So she basically started off this entire interview putting Todd in a bad light. She already brought her marriage, into it from the get.
Life, so you can establish this is the normal for the home. And in the conversations with problems and issues, she had voiced issues with her husband and some issues and problems they were having. And it certainly would be good to know what those problems were. I'd ask the questions and she would answer the questions.
I know that, but I'm asking you this question. What did a marital relationship in reference to two parties having disagreements that you took a lot of time impinging upon, what did that have to do with the fire in your investigation?
That's part of the information required to assess all of the information that comes out of the fire, including the scene investigation, any evidence that was collected.
All
and
right.
that's standard on.
I say I'm going to have to break out the whiteboard of, explaining things for this stupid lawyer. But let me see if I can distill down in the greatest essence why, when Linda, volunteered this whole he was a fussing at me thing. All right, I'm going to break it down like a picture problem. So, one house, two people, okay, now minus one person, minus the house being on fucking fire, equals we talk to Linda. So here we go. House, two people, no fire, we talk to no one. House with two, or minus, one person, minus the house, and only Linda is left. Then we talk to Linda. Oh my gosh. So these lawyers, I have noticed these defense lawyers, unlike any other lawyers that I have seen in any of the other cases I have covered, are incredibly pit bullish in the way they will not let go of things, even up to and including when the judge has said, I'm going to sustain that objection. Now, that being said, they continue to just bulldoze over. Both of these attorneys, the Mr. Miyagi on slow and then discount odd job, for the defense have both been incredibly rude. They talk over the witnesses. They are condescending and just about asshats. And this is where I think that this may really hurt Linda, having a much more polished and kind of professional look. Now, when Linda looked more frumpy, she looked kind of like this docile, submissive, frumpy woman who was kind of being domineered by these two aggressive defense attorneys. Now that she looks much more polished, I'm afraid that the jury is going to associate her with her attorneys now, and that could be a big hindrance for her. Her attorneys, I think, in my opinion, have been condescending, wasteful of the jury's time, asking stupid, confusing questions, and just arrogant jerk faces. So,
All investigations.
Including whether or not you had paid your bills on time, whether or not you had anything that was delinquent, whether or not you had been in bankruptcy or filed bankruptcy. All of that is part of issues that you are assigned to go out and try to obtain from the victim of a fire. Isn't that correct?
No, sir. I've never been directed by an insurance company on what to go look for.
Well, if you're not directed by the insurance company, it's part of what your skill set is, right? It's part of your protocols, right?
My skill set is a fire investigator. I'm retired out of the state police. I spent 25 years investigating all kinds of things, and obtaining information is what we do as investigators.
My point is that you obtained all of this information and then you assess that.
objection. Facts not in evidence. This man does not have a point. If you can point on a chart where this man's point is, then I'll withdraw my objection. But at this point, I'm going to say objection, no point.
Information to determine whether or not there was any fraud involved in reference to insurance and the fire. Isn't that correct?
That information, well, with the questions when you listed the bankruptcy things, those were her answers. They weren't specifically in the question. I was asking general questions, problems, issues. And yes, investigating fires, you run across accidental fires, we run across arson fires, and you run across fires that could be fraud related. And interviewing is the way you obtain information to make those assessments. And it does not change the process of how you investigate the fire, what documentation you do, how you conduct your actual origin and cause. The background, the interviewing, the witnesses is all part of a standard investigation.
Were you able to verify any information in reference to the finances of Mr. and Mrs. Stermer?
That would not be my job. That would be handled by the insurance carrier.
So you obtained the information in reference to the mortgage, the history of the mortgage. Is that correct? You inquired as to whether or not the house was under a mortgage. Is that correct?
No, I don't think I asked that.
You didn't?
No.
Don't stick your tongue like
I'd have to go
that.
through
What
the
is,
transcript. I don't believe I asked that question.
So the issue
What?
about the
what is this? No, first, no, not again. I refuse to do this after the Stacey Rodriguez trial. I refuse. I have current dramatic stress from that ridiculous lizard tongue thing she did. And now he's doing this, I don't know, freaking full mouth just wipe off with his tongue. No.
finances, you didn't inquire about that?
No, that's, my role would be gather the initial information. That all gets forwarded to the client.
This attorney is not understanding that Linda volunteered a shit ton of information that she should not have to this particular investigating it. It is the oddest, I don't know what to say about this hair. I don't know if you just give up and you just shave it bald, you know, or if you just kind of, you know, because it's a pretty full set of hair here and here. You just have this spot here. Just put a ribbon on it.
In this case, Farm Bureau, I did no legwork, no outside interviews, no follow-up investigation, nothing on the finances, because that would be handled, which is normal, by the insurance carrier.
when you asked Ms. Stermer about money that was owed, did she just volunteer that to you without you prompting it with a question?
I'd have to look at the question because she's the one that explained who she owed money to. I'd have to look at what page you got in the
That's
transcript.
because you want the person that you're interviewing to explain to you questions that you are presenting to them, right?
Right, but I don't recall the specific question that she answered with that information about the money owed to relatives.
Could we be more aggressive with flapping the papers? Damn. Never wanted to hear in my
page
right ear
81.
again anyway.
So if you go to where it starts out in the middle of the page, L. I know that Todd's mom can confirm this, that if you had to ask her, but last year I asked her to please not loan Todd any more money, that it just kept him from going out and you know, us being self-sufficient. And he owes her a great, I owe her a great sum of money. So when he asked her this last time to borrow money, she sent him in the direction of his sister, because she didn't have any more money to loan him. I think that we owe Sandy several thousands and Now my question is, Mr. Shimsky, that was a response to something that you had to ask her, isn't that correct?
Correct, and that's blacked out in the transcript.
But just.
I don't recall the question.
Okay, you don't recall it, but now,
It's not in the transcript here, it's been blacked out.
but you recall though that that would be part of your interview protocol in reference to your investigation of a fire cause and origin.
Yeah, it wouldn't be
It
unusual,
would.
wouldn't be unusual to ask questions, but the specific question, I don't know.
But so when I asked you earlier, do you ask and inquire about individuals' finances? You kind of acted like that's not part of what you do, but you do.
Well, that would be part of the general information,
Yes.
yes.
And you would want to know whether or not somebody has a lot of outstanding debts. You would want to know whether or not they got a gambling problem, wouldn't you?
Yep, if they answer the questions and
You
explain
want
it,
to know
yes.
whether or not they filed bankruptcy in the last 5 years.
Correct.
You would want to know whether or not their mortgage was paid or not paid timely, wouldn't you?
General information, yes.
You'd want to know whether or not they've had any cars repossessed in the last 5 to 10 years, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I never go into that detail.
What's more deep, is that any,
Yeah, to go down the list of possible financial, it's what's the condition, is the mortgage paid on time? I don't usually ask about gambling debts.
well, why don't you, would you just, for the sake of time, would you tell me what all you do ask in reference to the financial backgrounds when you interviewing someone that the insurance company has sent you out to interview for the cause and origin of the fire? Would you please?
Would be, again, general information, who's living in the home, condition of the home, excuse me, as we went through pretty extensively, what was there. Is there a mortgage on the property? Who is the carrier for the mortgage? To be honest with you, I don't ask, is the mortgage on time? Is it paid? I ask the carrier because I'm not doing a financial investigation. And when you ask that question, is there a mortgage? Generally, people will say, yeah, I have a mortgage through so-and-so, and it's current. My role is
Go
general
ahead, give me the
information.
rest of the list,
Pardon me?
the rest of your list.
That would be the list. I mean, I
That would be
don't,
it?
about, repossessions, gambling debts, I don't go into that on my initial interview.
And you asked about marital relations in reference to what does the two married individuals do on a daily basis. You asked about whether or not they have any arguments. You asked about whether or not they have any.
Well, I mean, now I do know that marital relations are something really different. I mean, look, let me just tell you, I think you're talking about SMECs. So the moment you say marital relations, I think you're talking about SMECs. That being said, he just asked, again, Linda volunteered at the beginning of her kind of launch into what she was doing that day, that they tended to fuss at each other, or more correctly, what she said is Todd was yelling. Todd was yelling. In fact, the only thing she ever said that wasn't yelling was when he screamed. I mean, so to hear her tell it, Todd never asked her anything in a sort of calm voice the entirety of Sunday from what we have, learned from her talk or her interview.
Advice. You asked about, are there any plans to file a divorce? You asked about whether or not they plan on separating. You asked all those questions, don't you?
I would have asked the question, are there any problems or issues? I don't go into the specific, are you getting divorced? Are you moving out? Those were things that she forwarded in our discussion.
Well, you said in your interview, you asked her, had he ever harmed her?
After she had relayed information about some of the incidents, the arguing, the yelling.
Hey, lawyer, defense attorney, this man was a police officer for, I think, 20 years before he transitioned into, fire investigation. So while he might not be particularly there for asking these questions, when she starts to give her indicators that this might have been a DV component to this relationship, yes, he might expand on that. That might be a force of habit that, kind of went on throughout his years of police work. Ooh. But hey, if you're into it and you clean up after yourself, well then, and I don't have to pay for it.
Yellowing, and as I'm listening to her answers, it would prompt another question to try to figure out where we're at as far as the relationship.
But that's all based upon professional interviewing skill sets that you have been trained to do. Isn't that correct?
I mean, right, standard interviewing.
Yes, but it's a trained process, right?
Yes, there is.
Thank you.
You got him. You got him, Tiger.
Now, you also reference to flammable liquids that you inquired of Ms. Stermer that was on the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, that's a very important aspect of an investigation.
He was always sort of red.
Flammable liquids or any accelerant that's on the property that's been burned. Isn't that correct?
That would be a standard question as far as any kind of flammables and the location where they would be, with lamp oils, gasoline, kerosene, sheds, garages, some people stored in their homes. That would be a standard question in any investigation. Where are the location of any accelerants that would be fuel that could assist in it?
Okay, Miss K. Grift, you're telling me that this man, that this current attorney that is at the podium, in fact, had enough business in lawyering that he was able to have a private practice? Okay. All right. Okie dokie.
In any kind of a fire, accidental or intentional.
But for the cause of the fire, if you knew that the cause of the fire was from a flammable liquid, an accelerant, and it was known to be on the property based upon the individual's information that was being interviewed, it makes your job a lot easier, and it makes your case a lot quicker case to close. Isn't that correct, as far as the cause and origin? I'm asking him a question. He can say yes or no.
The question I assume on accelerants would be a standard question that I would ask. And I did not know anything about accelerants involved in the fire as the cause of the fire at all at the time I conducted my interview.
But you asked about it,
I
right?
asked about it on every single fire scene.
I'm
Are
not
there
questioning
accelerants
you.
on the
I just want
property?
to know
Yeah.
about the Stermer case.
Yes, I asked her about that.
You asked her about it.
Are there accelerants on the property?
Yes. And she told you that there was kerosene that was used in the house with lamps. Isn't that what she told you?
She indicated there was a kerosene heater that they had used the winter before in the living room area. And she talked about oil lamps, 2 small oil lamps on the half wall. And then she also talked about a candle on the half wall.
Well, the lamps, were they lamps that had to be, they had to use fuel?
Yes,
Did she tell you what type of fuel it was?
she called them oil lamps.
And you didn't inquire any further to determine whether or not what the oil was?
No, she said they were oil lamps, and generally oil lamp would be different than gasoline, fuel oil, or other fuels. You wouldn't want fuel oil in your oil lamps because with fuel oil or other heavier oils, you get thick black smoke. If you're using a scented candle, you certainly don't want it pumping out thick black smoke because of the kind of fuel. Lamp oil is a much lighter accelerant or ignitable fuel, as the terms are called in today's world.
So can you tell me what the flammable oil was that she told you that was in the house?
Lamp oil,
Is lamp oil flammable?
yes, and that was her description of it.
Yes, lamp oil is flammable, otherwise it wouldn't work to light a oil lamp. Thank you for this TED Talk.
Do you know just buying something off the counter, is it called lamp oil?
Yes, you can buy lamp
Yes.
oil.
Right.
You can buy with tiki torches, you can buy the containers for your yard. It would be lamp oil, which is a lighter fuel.
And it's used to start a fire, right?
It could be by an arsonist.
Yeah.
Just
on page
batting
74.
100s.
Of your interview, you see that on Jay?
Which,
Jay, you asked the question, any flammable liquid stored inside?
This lawyer is for the defense. And I guess he used to be. So we are in Michigan. Apparently, the lawyer who is currently at the podium used to live and practice in Oklahoma. Now, the reason he may have left Oklahoma is because he had 2 DUIs. Allegedly in Minecraft.
Inside the house. And then you specifically asked any gasoline, kerosene. And you say, I think you mentioned that with the oil lamps, you had some lamp oil, right?
correct,
And you asked, where would that have been stored at?
yes,
Right?
yes,
And the answer was underneath the kitchen. Underneath the sink in the kitchen, correct?
correct,
And she further stated that in our bedroom, Todd would leave the bottle on the nightstand or by the nightstand if he had filled it up. Is that correct?
yes,
In the furnace room, when he'd bleed it out, he didn't always take it out and dump it back into the tank. Sometimes there'd be a 2-liter bottle where he had, done that. And you asked, but that would be left in the basement? And she would respond, in the basement. And you asked, in the furnace room? And she says, furnace room, And you asked, now, when he bleeds it out normally,
Wait a minute. According to Linda, they left just, 2-liter bottles full of excess furnace oil in the furnace room. How did this house not go up like a damn tiki torch just on the regular? Because we've already heard about kerosene heater and then the kerosene, heater spilling some kerosene, onto the floor during last winter, bare minimum flashing on all of the fireplaces and flammable liquids just carried and, hanging out here, there, and everywhere. I would be stuck. I would say a quart. I don't think he didn't take the oil or the lamp oil and put it into the furnace, but he would bleed the furnace and apparently leave the oil that, I don't know, bleeds out in a 2-liter bottle in the furnace room. Don't do that, children. This is a bad thing. Good morning. This is Sarah.
is that it? he just bleeds it into a bottle or something, and the response is, yuck. Is that a yes to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as an investigator, looking for the cause and the origin, knowing this, and you didn't dispute it, you could actually put in your report that that could have been a possible cause of the fire. Isn't that correct?
No, she's describing fuels.
But you're looking for answers about what's in the house, right?
Correct.
You're trying to find.
Okay, and that would make sense if the fire started in the furnace room, but the fire didn't start in the furnace room, which was on the basement, and started on the main level, which has nothing to do with this. Oh my gosh, this man's trying to hurt me.
Find information about flammable liquids that's in the house, right?
Yes.
And this is not as an expert, this is as nothing but an investigator, right?
Well, as an investigator with fire experience.
Yeah, but-
And that's, you would discuss the fuels. And that, again, with the fuels and the differences when we talk about the furnace would be fuel oil is completely different fuel than lamp oil.
But this, Mr. Shimsky, tell this jury, what can either one of these oils do to a house if a match is lit to it?
Well, depending on the oil, the thicker the oil, we're getting, okay. The oils will burn if ignited, but in order to ignite it, you have to heat the oil above its flash point, which is the temperature that the oil can give off enough vapors to ignite, and then you have enough heat for it to reach its ignition temperature so that it can ignite. Gasoline's flash point is minus 45 degrees Fahrenheit, so anything above 45, you have enough vapors that can ignite. Now, if we get into fuel oil or diesel fuel, the flash point on it is about 325 degrees. So that you would have to hold the match and hold it and hold it and hold it until you heat the fuel up enough to vaporize with the right gas-air mix for that match to actually ignite. I mean, I can walk into a puddle of diesel fuel, lay a flaming flare into the middle of the puddle and walk away without any worry that it's going to blow me up.
Sir, I need you to stop talking because now my sons are going to want to try that. So I'm going to need you to be quiet now because, my sons are going to be like, hey, this old dude who looks kind of like Santa Claus, if Santa Claus was bald, said you could put a flare into diesel fuel. No.
The different fuels react different ways. Yes, they will burn once ignited.
No.
That's the only answer.
Oh my God, this attorney is going to, okay. Look, I got The Abyss filmed and finished on time. I can't help if Ed Harris was crying because he almost drowned. Grow up, this guy. Yes, and all can and okay. Have a good day. I have my favorites. Yeah, that's basically where this man is
Answer
going.
I was looking for.
Well, we have
Is
different-
that-
we're
is that, but my only question is, it can cause a fire, yes or no?
It would be fuel for a fire. In my world, cause has a different description. I understand what you're going at, I think. But to say that the fuel is the cause of the fire, that's only 1/3 of the fire triangle.
I didn't say the fuel was the cause of the
No, but you're saying, isn't it, that this oil could be the cause of the fire? And my answer is no, it would be fuel for the fire, not the cause of the fire.
fire. Okay. Fuel for the fire. Okay. So let me just ask you this, since you want to be.
You know that feeling you had when you were in the first little bit, like the first 3 weeks of the Karen Reed case, and you're kind of, didn't someone die because they were still talking about snow? I kind of have this question like, didn't someone die? Are we going to hear about, the fire and how it is that, all of this happened and you guys think that she done it? Because at this point, I now am second guessing myself whether there was an actual fire.
So technical about the fuel, if in fact that something from the fireplace caused the fire, the fuel could enhance the fire. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Thank you. But we don't know if anything from the fireplace caused the fire, right?
Correct.
In your report, you didn't make any conclusions as to what caused the fire, right?
No.
Oh, I thought he was done. No, he's just flipping through pages. Damn. I thought
Your
we.
report, you,
Of the transcript?
I'll see if your transcript, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Of the transcript, I'm sorry.
Well, we did see photos of the house somewhat on fire,
So
so
on
I'll
83,
allow
your
it.
question is, was he wearing the same clothes Saturday that he wore Sunday? And the response, oh, Sunday he was wearing sweatpants. I don't remember what he was wearing Saturday. Sunday he had on sweatpants. That's your response back. And she says, mm-hmm. And you ask, what kind of shirt did he have on? And she said, I don't remember if he had on a shirt. And you ask, okay, and would it be normal for him if he wore clothes, well, let's say Saturday, when he was bleeding the furnace, if he had gotten oil on him, would he have worn those same clothes all night? The response was no. She says he was a little bit more neater than that. He was a pretty boy. Now, my question is, then the oil on the clothes has some bearings in reference to your seeking out information about the cause and the origin of the fire. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you told when you was asked to come, when you was given this assignment, that there had been a fatality?
Yes.
You were told that up front, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Got him.
So what would the oil have any importance in reference to sweatpants?
Oh my God. No, no. Okay, you guys, we just have to see how much that. No. Okay. All right, we only have to get through a little bit more. We can do this. We can be strong together.
The oil, as in the interview, she had described the fact that her husband would have to bleed the furnace to get it to run. It would be fuel oil. If he'd gotten some on his clothing, again, the fuel oil could be on his clothing. In a fire, if there's oil on the clothing, the oil would ignite along with the clothing because it's fuel.
Kind of back to what I was trying to say a few minutes ago, right?
Right. It's not a simple
And
explanation.
you know, an arson fire shouldn't be simple. I mean, it would take a lot for somebody to do something like this, so I'm not trying to be simplistic about it.
Thank you.
He's like, an arson fire should not be easy. It should be hard to arson someone. Where are you going with this, defense attorney? I have no idea. I thought I knew, and then he just kept talking.
And then you went to, on page 85. You asked the question, is he capable of lighting himself on fire? Or trying to burn the house and getting caught in it? I mean, has he ever said he was gonna burn the house to get rid of it? You asked that question because you thought that in part of your investigation that Mr.
You are
Stermer could have
welcome.
caused the fire?
I asked that question after I was told by Mrs. Stermer in the interview about the issues that they were having, the things that he had told her, and if he's there with her, there's only two people home, inquiring as to what's his state of mind. Has he ever threatened to do this? And her answer was, on the last section, was no.
And did your investigation, did you find any information in reference to Mr. Stermer having any fires before?
No, I did not.
You did not?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Please, Lord, say you're done with talking.
So after the information
Damn.
that you are receiving from Ms. Stermer, do you try to corroborate any of that information in your investigation, working for the insurance company?
No, as I said, I would do the scene investigation, and in the insurance industry, they'll generally they'll separate the fire investigation from any additional follow-up financial examinations. But basically, my job is to determine what caused the fire, gather the general information to do that, and any other follow-up investigation would be done by other people or other people that were hired.
So you don't make any attempts to excavate or?
No, he just said no. Damn it, no. I think Linda used some purple shampoo. She got a lot of length cut off. It looks like they evened it. I would have thinned it out, or instead of having a blunt bob, I would have some more layers. But I think she's going for the hat trick on this. Third time's the charm, I guess. Next time you'll get maybe counsel. So I believe that might be her daughter and also Todd's daughter as well. I could be wrong. But I thought they only had boys. The lawyer got one, y'all. The lawyer got one. And those are some uncomfortable chair. I mean, those are some uncomfortable chairs. So you know this man had to be exhausted, and then this lawyer. That is some deep sleep. Well, she is actually out on her, I think she has an ankle monitor, but I don't know what you would use as an equivalent in prison. Maybe if you could find a purple pen and bleed the ink. I will have to figure that out. It looks like it was built, I would say early 1800s, but
So, Mr. Chimsky, after you finish your interview with Ms. Stermer, that doesn't become the end of your assignment that you were given, or the contract that you had with the company, right?
Correct.
Because then you have to go and try to determine whether or not you can corroborate the structural damage to the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in
All right, so it looks like the Van Buren County Courthouse in Paw Paw, Michigan was constructed between 1901 and 1903. The cornerstone was laid on September 2nd, 1901, with the building dedicated on February 23rd of 1903. So there you go. It was added to the National Register of Historic Places in 1979. So it started construction in 1901. They put the little like cornerstone, and then it was dedicated and opened in 1903 and added to the historical register in 1979.
Reference to the structural damage, you would then have to contract with someone else to come out and do the excavation of the house, of the burn, right?
No, I conducted that.
Did you do the excavation yourself?
Yes,
Physically, hand by hand?
physically, hand by hand, and hired an excavator so we could remove the areas of the house that were hanging over the burned out section on the rear of the home, so that it was safe to get in and actually do that.
That's what I said, you had to hire someone.
A machine operator.
Yeah, but that's, some person had to operate
I
that.
thought you were talking investigatively to do it.
No, no. How many days did it take you to perform the excavation of the property?
I believe I was there 2 days,
2 days?
part of one day, and then the day with the machine that was utilized so we could make it safe to get in with the areas of the upper floor, the main floor that were kind of hanging over the basement area.
Okay. And from the excavation of the property, you then prepared a written report, is that correct?
Yes.
Have a second.
This man has cotton mouth like I have cotton mouth.
And when did you submit your report to the insurance company?
I'd have to look at the date on it. It would have been, sometime after the scene investigation was completed. Normally, it would be within a couple of weeks, could be a little bit longer. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Couple of weeks?
Yeah, normally it would be within 2 weeks, sometimes longer. Sometimes a client will say, we don't need a report at this time. When you get into a subrogation file or something like that, a lot of times they don't want you to write a report until they determine whether the case is moving ahead.
Okay. Can I have a second, Your Honor?
No, because you're a liar. You say a second is we're going to be here for a month.
Yes. Your Honor, may we approach the bench quickly?
Oh, why are we approaching the bench? Look, this attorney doesn't speak for me, Your Honor. I met him on a bus stop somewhere. Well, not only has this attorney been implying he's bumbling it, he's also been implying that this gentleman's involved in like multiple conspiracies between, the insurance company, the police, and then, the guy that, got the excavator out. He's like, did you hire someone? Oh, are they leaving? They've just decided to. Oh,
1 second for some housekeeping, Your Honor.
no. We will not allow this witness to be double ass-hatted. If if Attorney Foghorn Leghorn, couldn't do it, then we don't get, Attorney Oddjob to come in here and try to fix this.
Good morning, Mr. Shinsky.
Good morning.
You and I just met,
Yes, we did.
and we have an interesting common background.
Yes.
Went to the same high school. A little bit before me. Mr. Shinsky, what did you review to get ready for today?
Mainly, I read through my report and the transcript of the interview with Linda Stermer.
When did you do that?
Off and on for the last several weeks. I read parts of it and go through it. To sit down and read 93 pages gets tiresome.
I don't doubt it, we heard that. The report was fresh in your mind, I take it?
Vaguely.
Well, you read it over and over, you said.
Well, I mean, I've looked at the report, read through it.
Okay. You understand it's very important you're coming to testify at trial today, right?
Yes.
And you want to have a good, fresh memory so you can help the jury do its job and understand the evidence, right?
Yes.
I want to call your attention. Remember when you testified earlier that the only person you interviewed was Linda Stermer?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna show you your report. Do you have a copy?
No, I do not.
You didn't even bring the
My
file?
my information, I wasn't testifying as an expert in this file.
Your report, page 7, indicates that on January 15, 2007, you had contact with Michael Matheny.
Your Honor, I guess we have to refresh his recollection with the report or testify from the report, since they're two different things.
Your Honor, I'm just asking, I'm telling him this is what it says. Do you remember that?
Well, why don't you take the report from him then, if he doesn't need it to refresh his recollection?
Do you now remember this?
Off the top of my head, no. I have,
But-
it's 17 years ago.
Understood. It would have certainly been accurate when you wrote it.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you recall Mr. Matheny in his interview telling you, and you understood he was the first person on the scene,
Yes.
besides Linda Stermer, obviously,
Correct.
right? Do you recall Mr. Matheny telling you,
Objection, hearsay.
for impeachment, he says he didn't remember any of this?
Well, you can ask him if he interviewed him or not. That's the impeachment,
No.
not if the statements are contained. That's yours.
That is not offered, it's offered for impeachment, doesn't remember anything about this. I'm asking him for his
First off, I've
recollection.
got, you're holding this report, are you refreshing, or is he, what are you coming in
I'm
under
just
refreshing
asking.
memory, or?
Yes.
Okay, then have him look at the report.
And thank you, Will Burns, for sending your raters over. We have gotten to all of, count 'em, 1 witnesses. The state, it seemed like from our last little foray, it seemed like the state and the defense kind of came to the agreement that the transcript was going to be mostly read with redactions. And we had then defense attorney, man who moves at the speed of Mosey for about an hour and a half. And now, we have tapped out and we've gotten defense attorney, Timu Oddjob up here. I don't know where the defense is going with this. I don't know what they want from this witness. This witness was basically here to give kind of Linda Stermer's first sort of telling of what happened during that day, to kind of lay down and her first initial retelling of what happened, and then to kind of show how her story started to change. Now, this gentleman wasn't called in as an expert. He was a fire investigator for the insurance, but he wasn't really called in by the state to cover any of those sort of findings they had, mainly to read in the transcript of the interview that he gave with Linda Stermer in 2007, and to go over that transcript because while it was audio recorded, the company that he worked with in the intervening 18 years reduced it down to a transcript.
report and put it down.
Page 8.
Can I review the report?
Yes, you can review it if it would refresh your recollection, but then you need to put it aside, sir.
Just looking for page 7 and 8 where you interviewed Mr. Matheny.
Yes.
Does that bring back the content of your interview with Mr. Matheny?
It would have to be what I have in my file.
All right,
Do I first have memory of the conversation? No.
of course not, right? Do you recall, as part of your,
Of course not. Well, someone's getting a little sassafrassy. Again, this is where I think that it could possibly have been a bad thing for Linda to have taken up this more polished look. Her attorneys have been unmitigated asshats to nearly every witness, either with these sort of, slights or these condescensions or these little like, of course, full Cenk Uyghur style. If the jury had been able to, again, had she remained frumpy, I think that she could have been seen as a kindly, grandmotherly, maybe more submissive, biddable woman, kind of that. But with her looking more polished, I wonder if the jury is going to be irritated or ding her because of the, behavior of her attorneys. I don't know why they're so hostile. I don't know if they think as defense attorneys they have to be, aggressive, or if this is their general mode. I don't know. I don't know if maybe this guy is a teddy bear outside of court, but he's a pit bull in court. I don't know. But he does come off like a self-assured asshole, reminiscent of James Spader in, Pretty in Pink.
investigation, you want to know what everybody thinks and sees and hears at the scene, right?
Correct.
Do you recall anybody telling you that there was no odor on Mr.
Objection is to hearsay, Your Honor. Again, no asking for an out-of-court statement to offer the truth of the matter.
Not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, offered in what he does to take him to the next step of his investigation. They rely on these
Witness who
materials.
testified to something and you're impeaching with extrinsic evidence, or
It's simply, it's not hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Okay, what is the-
It's offered for the foundation of what he does next in his investigation as he gathers evidence.
what was your question again?
Simply, did anybody tell you that they smelled, and I'm talking about the first people who were there, like Mr. Matheny, that they smelled any odor of gasoline or anything on Todd Stermer?
Again, I object for you to hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection on hearsay ground.
Did you, as you reviewed your report, have some indication of whether Todd Stermer, I thought you testified in reading that Todd Stermer was in the recliner when Linda Stermer saw him on fire?
That would have been my description of what I'd learned through the investigation.
Okay,
I didn't know he was in there other than what I learned from the scene.
But you used that as part of your investigation in gathering the facts, right?
That would be part of the facts, yes.
And so what you testified to, or what you gathered from Linda Stermer, was that when she ran up the stairs, Todd Stermer, her husband, was in the recliner, right?
Yes,
And he was on fire.
yes,
And the recliner was on fire.
yes.
All right. Let me direct your attention to page number 5 of the report.
Once again, Your Honor, you can't
Okay, here's where I'm having issues. If this had originally been a witness that was going to be called by the state as an expert, then maybe this is the one of the witnesses that this particular attorney did a lot of the sort of background and the research on. So I think the state is going to start getting a whole lot irritated with the fact that they are now trying to go into his expert opinion, which the state did not bring up at any point during their during their direct. So really, this is kind of going a bit far afield of what was in direct. So if the defense wants to bring this man back on and ask them questions about what his expert opinion was, then they're probably going to need to put him down as a witness in their case in chief.
Testify from his report.
Your Honor, he just testified as to what Linda Stermer told him. And I'm pointing out something for impeachment
From the transcript.
from his report,
Okay.
based on the
On the
transcript.
What's the objection, Mr.
So the
Mayor?
objection, Your Honor, is first, he needs the foundation is not correct for asking these questions. We're skipping over several steps here.
You wrote a report, correct?
Yes,
You're trained to be accurate, correct?
yes,
You try to be accurate, correct?
yes,
You try to be as detailed as possible, correct?
yes.
All right, and when you recounted your conversation on or about,
I mean, but talk about someone looking red. Sir, take some deep breaths. Calm down. You don't have a neck. I need you to be very calm with your blood pressure, okay?
correct?
Yes,
All right, and when you recounted your conversation on or about January 9 or 10 with Linda Stermer, you recounted it accurately, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at the bottom of page 5, let me know when you're with me, the last couple lines.
Yes,
She, Linda, indicated that the recliner where her husband was last seen was engulfed in a large ball of flames, as was her husband, who was standing by the door to the master bedroom, which is located off the living room. Is that what you wrote?
yes.
And that was accurate because you're trained to be accurate.
Yeah, that was accurate. In the transcript, I think she described him in a couple of different locations in that proximity. In the
My
transcript,
question is simply, sir, you were trained to be accurate and you wrote it accurately.
yes.
Let's go to your background. You talked a little bit about your background, but I think you were a fire investigator for the Michigan State Police for,
Your Honor, this has been answered on cross. Mr. Kelly actually asked several of these questions.
not specifically about his training with the MSP and his certifications.
Very brief inquiry into this.
Thank
It
you.
has been
I'll just
answered
ask you real quickly.
several times.
25 years, if my math is right, with the MSP as a fire investigator?
No, 25 years in the state police.
Okay, how long were you as an investigator?
I was a trooper for 10 years on the road. I began investigating fires and training with about 4 years in as a trooper. And then I did 8.5 years as a full-time fire investigator. And then my last 6.5, I worked out of an investigative resources unit, which was the training and certification of the state police investigators at that time, as well as at that time, state police provided 10 weeks of training programs to other police and fire departments.
Up in Tustin, Michigan?
Yes,
And you were one of the directors of that program, correct?
yes,
All right, so you spent a lot of time not only being trained, but training people
yes.
and certifying fire experts, correct?
Yeah, well, during the state police investigators at that time, and then certification moved into the International Association of Arson Investigators, took over the certification, and that's what all of us go through, is either them or through National Association of Fire Investigators for certification.
And you are certified with the IAAI, correct?
So, Spinster, I want to say that there were flammable or accelerants found on scene. Now, there is conjecture, and we haven't gotten to kind of the evidence as to whether there was accelerant on Linda's clothing. The state is going to claim that their testing did state that there was accelerant on Linda's clothing, and I believe Linda's defense did testing and said that there wasn't any. So now there was a claim that Todd's clothes had the odor of an accelerant on them. But the defense has gotten different people to say yes and no to the same articles of clothes. So basically, the neighbors who first came on the scene, even before first responders got there, when asked, at least the gentleman stated that he didn't smell any, accelerants or any fuel or gasoline smell on Todd. Now, I believe that the dentist, who was also another neighbor who came over and tried to render aid, didn't notice it. The deputies and I think both of the deputy first responders claim to have smelt accelerant of some nature or degree on Todd's clothing. So while that doesn't really answer your question for you, that's kind of what we know as of right now. So they did have a heating oil, a furnace. They did have, it looked like some oil lamps and some candles. There were wood burning, or there were fireplaces, both on the mid-level and the basement. So there were accelerants kind of here, there, and everywhere on the property, but we haven't gotten concrete what they think actually started the fire. We're in day 3, but it is going incredibly slow because, well, some of these lawyers are slow.
Yes. The International Association of Arson Investigators.
Yes,
You're certified with NAFI, National Association of Fire Investigators.
yes,
You've taught many, many fire investigators through Michigan State, correct?
yes.
Michigan State Police, not the university. Did you train Scott Leroy, who became a fire investigator in 2001,
He would have come through the state program.
through when you were running it?
God, I would assume so.
Okay. Did you mentor him during his young career?
No objections to relevance, Your Honor. I don't see how this is relevant to the testimony this witness has provided previously in this matter.
It goes to his background and why he's going to be there at the excavation, which we're going to get to right now. Did you train and mentor?
We have a ruling on the objection.
Let me
Apologize.
okay. Is Mr. Leroy will be testifying?
He will
as
be
an
testifying
expert?
next.
Okay. Then
Or
I'll-
tomorrow.
Okay, I'll allow it as relevant to that issue, Mr. Leroy's training.
Remember the question?
Without looking at calendar stuff, I would have to assume that he's been in programs that I was either instructing in or coordinating and running, and that more than likely could have been one of his instructors.
So you have a significant amount of expertise and qualifications in fire investigations, which is why you were hired to go to this place, the Stermer residence, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about that excavation. First of all, can you tell us what excavation is?
Basically, it's physically going into the damaged home, business, whatever, and examine everything that's in the building, structurally, mechanical, electrical, furnaces, anything that could be a source of ignition. Then you physically dig through the debris, remove the ash and, leftover wood lumber to identify what items are in there. In that process, you're identifying the damage, if there are fire patterns, which are results left after a fire occurs, burned lumber, patterns on walls, that sort of information. And then at that point, as I described in this one, there was a couple of sections of the home, the main floor hanging over the basement, and it was on the 15th that we brought.
Now, I think that the state might not want him to be getting into all of these fire investigative things that he did because, he wasn't working with the police. His kind of observations are going to have no bearing onto whether she was convicted or charged.
So one of the main points of doing an excavation, of digging around and in the rubble, is to try to find evidence that will help you determine the origin of the fire, correct?
Yes.
Where the fire started, right?
Yes.
And maybe the causal factors of the fire, correct?
Yes.
What caused the fire, and I'm not going to talk about it in great detail, but you mentioned it earlier. The causal factors are the ignition source, right?
Yes.
Which is the first thing, the thing that caused something to catch fire, right?
Yeah, that would be your source of heat.
Okay. Then the first fuel ignited, correct?
Yes.
Which is the first thing that caught fire, right?
Yes.
And then the causal factor is the circumstances that brought the source and the fuel together. And if you can find those,
Your Honor, I guess some of the reasons objection at this point in time, are we going to qualify him as an expert? We're asking for a lot of expert testimony at this point in time, and going well beyond my witness.
I simply went to why he's excavating and its importance.
I'll have you move on.
Thank you.
I think we already covered it.
Let's talk about your excavation. You went there on January 15, correct?
Yes.
You, having been a fire investigator for Michigan State Police, you're private industry at this point, right?
Correct.
Do you have to be allowed on the premises by, like a Scott Leroy, the fire investigator?
Yes.
All right, so he must, I would look at it or think of it like he had to release the scene to you or anybody else, right?
Correct. Or at least allow me to be there while they were there.
Okay. But he wasn't there when you were there,
No, not on the 15th.
or the 11th.
I'd have to look at my photos. I don't recall that specifically.
If he tells us that he was only there on the 8th, the day after the fire, any reason to disagree with him?
No.
So he would have had to release the scene to where you could do what you were gonna do, right?
Correct.
And you started to do some excavation, am I right?
Yes,
You took pictures of your excavation, right?
yes.
I'm going to show you. A binder of photographs that was provided by the prosecutor that are represented in your. And in the documents we received, it came in like 2 files. I call them file 1, file 2. If you can just look through those, you might even see yourself in file 2.
Are we moving to admit these, Your Honor, or?
So he's got to first identify him. That is my plan.
But I think right now he's just gonna
I just
see if
wanted
he
to
can
see if these are
recognize
his photos.
Not the, no, don't headbutt the mic. What are you up to, sir?
Yes, these are similar to my photos.
Okay, those represent the scene as you saw it on January 15th. And you're looking at file number 1.
Yeah, file number 1. Yeah, I don't recall off the top of my head what day I was there the first time. I know I did my interview on 9 and 10, but I'm not sure. I don't see, my first day there. But the one on the second batch is definitely on the 15th.
15th.
So whatever day I was there first would be the larger group one.
Fair enough. I'm going to move for the admission of Exhibit 8, which is the first batch, and Exhibit I, which is the second batch of 25 photographs. Okay? And as to Exhibit 8, Your Honor, I'm not going to admit 116 photos. I just have 11 photos, and if I, for the record, can identify them, I'm going to give them to the prosecutor.
what you have marked as an exhibit, prosecutor?
I don't know, is it H or 8? I couldn't understand.
Mr. Mueller, is it 2 separate things you're moving?
Yes,
Same thing, just trying to depict general damage to the house so you get your arms around what you're going to do next.
correct.
All right. And then 42, should be the next one, is a picture showing some of the inside of the house. You see that?
By looking at them, so that's probably a picture shot in one of the windows.
All right, I want to talk to you about that. Your report talks about how this was a difficult excavation or difficult scene on page 12 of your report, if you have it. You remember it being difficult because there was a whole lot of damage and the roof fell in?
Yeah, it would be, yeah. The farther along the fire is in the home, the more difficult it is to actually investigate.
When you say it's difficult to investigate, why?
You don't have as many indicators, more of the house, more of the room left. Your fire patterns that you might have in a small fire, markings on the wall, damage to the studs are not in that condition. Extensive burning here in that center portion.
And extensive collapse.
Yes,
And in fact, safety, I take it, for you fire investigators is paramount, isn't it?
yes,
Which is why I think you didn't do the excavation and you brought an excavator the next time you went out on the 15th.
correct, yeah. You had to get inside to do the excavation at basement level. You had stuff hanging over that may or may not fall down on you.
Right. And because you're concerned about safety, you didn't even go inside the house then, you just took pictures, as I understand it, from the windows that you were describing.
I probably would have gone through the inside as much as I could, just general photos.
The next one is photograph number 47. Can you tell us what that you're trying to describe here?
It's a photograph of the interior with the wire racks there. Oops, let me see.
I think we're dancing around, very carefully, I might add, expert testimony here again. The problem is he's showing him the photographs, asking what's in the photograph. Well, as a fire investigator, he can't not but offer some expert opinion in why this photograph is relevant and why it's important. He can't really give a factual witness testimony in this situation, because I've heard him even talk about looking for fire patterns and things of that nature as we've been sitting here, so.
Your Honor, I'm simply asking, What did you take? What does it show?
This is way beyond the scope of direct, even though that is allowed. The court's allowed to limit it as well, and it does seem that you're
I
going
asked
into
that I have some
expert.
latitude for cross-exam. I'm just gonna go through these photos. What were you trying to show?
Okay.
Simple.
I'm going to have you move on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then 54, what does that picture show?
Picture of
Your Honor,
Sustaining the objection, it's beyond.
That was a youngest, most feral move if I have ever seen a youngest, most feral move. And what do I mean by that? I mean, I have heard what you told me not to do. I will interpret that you were simply saying I could do just a scotch more before you would really tell me no. So, the youngest, most feral, or at least mine, I don't know about your baby, or if you maybe have really good kids who didn't have, or you didn't have that one kid that tested the ever-living Jesus in you. But my youngest, most feral is this one. I will say something clearly like, you are done. And he will continue to do it one more again, just to see if the consequences that I said were really going to happen would actually happen. And then it is, against his Geneva Convention that he is grounded when I told him to not do what he was told not to do.
Beyond the scope, and it's, he's not here as an expert witness unless you wish
Fair
to
enough.
try to
You
lay
are,
the
you are
foundation.
not here as an expert witness, and you have not been asked, despite your experience, to give any opinion testimony in this case by the prosecutor. Is that right?
That's correct.
Give me 1 second.
Well, that is good, average Deb.
One second, Your Honor. I have no more questions for you, sir. Thank you very much for coming. Go Huskies.
Mr. Blair is handling the fire.
That's your stuff. Mr. Mueller, is that yours on the podium? Okay.
Housekeeping. Got it. That's what my wife says. Pick up after myself.
Well, I mean, okay, I will say, as much as I have made fun of Mr. Wolf, he just did a total Mo move right there, which is, I don't care if you have to put something in your mouth, you are not taking 2 trips. Like, we will put one folder under a boob, another folder under a boob, like 18 books under one arm, your Polar Pop, and like, we are not making 2 trips.
I'm going to start out with these questions if I can first. You have Defense Exhibit H in front of you still?
Yes.
All right. And looking at these photographs, since they've been admitted here, were these photographs taken before or after you did any excavation or interior examination of this scene?
Would have been before.
Before. So if you're looking at photograph number, looks like a bunch of zeros and 8 at the bottom right corner, do you see that?
Yes.
And does it appear that there's some piles and things in that photograph?
Yes, there is. Outside the sliding door, there's a large pile of building materials and debris, also as there is to the right in that photo. which is gonna be, to the south. There's also stuff under that upper floor deck, looks like pile of debris or stuff that had been.
Do you have any idea what that is? As far as where it came from or how it got there?
No, I'm assuming that it probably was pushed out the windows or thrown out the windows.
Foundation calling from the speculate, and then he just said probably, so he doesn't know.
I'll have you move, it's already asked and answered, so.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask basically, if you, and I guess to summarize, do you have any idea how that got there?
No, I didn't witness anyone put it there.
Okay. And with respect to today's hearing, or excuse me, today's testimony, I should say, had you had any contact with Mr. Mueller's office or Mr. Mueller?
No, I don't wish, other than at one point got a subpoena for files that I, of course, sent to Farm Bureau.
Fair. And had you had any telephonic or email contact with Mr. Kelly?
No, I don't.
On again. Thank you.
And had you had any indication that you were going to be asked any questions about the report that you prepared in this case?
No,
And with respect to your expected testimony here in court, was that limited to the transcripts that you've testified about here some hours ago?
yes,
And was that all you were asked to prepare for today?
yes.
And when you're investigating any type of scene, strike that. When you were a state trooper, we'll go back to that level. Witness statements, are they important?
Yes.
Why?
General information, firsthand view of what they saw, what they observed, what they knew.
And as a now a fire investigator, are eyewitness statements important?
Okay, ladies, if you like a big teddy bear who, well, apparently hates the defense attorneys just as much as you do, here's a big old teddy bear of a man. I was going to say test-a-bear, but I'm not going to assume what he does.
Yes,
Why?
the same information, and if they have descriptions of flames, fire, where they saw it, that kind of stuff is helpful in determining where the fire originated.
Would you consider the statements of Linda Stermer to be important to your
Yes.
investigation?
Yes,
Explain why.
she was in the home at the time the fire occurred based on the statements and information, so she would have the best information to provide on any of the events that were there and going on.
And were you aware of how many persons were in the home on January 7, 2007?
As far as I know, it was her and her husband.
And obviously, Mr. Stermer is not here to tell us that about what happened, correct?
Correct.
When you are conducting your investigation, you were asked questions on cross about finances and marital discourse and things of that nature. Do you recall those questions?
Yes,
And are those fairly standard questions you asked during the course of your interviews?
yes.
And why is that information relevant to your interview?
To try to understand what the normal life and events were for the people that were there, that lived in the home.
And I guess, can you kind of expound upon why that would be important for your investigation?
Just the normal life, what was going on, were there any issues, were there any outside threats from anyone, threats between each other. We have a standard interview form, you can answer all the questions, you get answers to the questions, but if you don't talk to the person, you really don't know what's going on unless you talk to the person and listen to them, ask questions, and then have a discussion over it.
And very generally speaking, could those questions possibly also yield or point you in the right direction as to the cause of the fire?
Yes,
May I just have a moment here, Elder? I'm sorry. Thank you.
I want to get done with at least one witness before I have to go pick up the ferals. So, let's let the jury ask this man a question. Dudley do wrong? No. No, no, do not let this man back up. No. Objection. He
Mr.
hasn't even
Shinsky,
said
did you
anything.
just say that the interview that you obtain helps you lead to determining the cause of the fire?
It could be helpful.
What else would be helpful?
Any of the general information. Things that we identify when we go through the investigation, damage to the home, electrical equipment needs to be examined, mechanical equipment needs to be examined to determine whether or not there was a failure or an issue with any of those. And by doing the excavation, you can determine that.
But the interview is the first part of,
No, this man is purposely going slower. This is at 1 point. Oh, no, it is at, never mind, it was at normal. I was like, why the hell does he seem so slow? Okay.
your information that you use to help determine the cause of the fire, right?
Yes,
Okay. And do you do anything to corroborate the information you
No.
received in the interview?
I guess on the statements with the discussion between Linda Stermer, I don't know how I could corroborate that other than what she explained to me when I asked a question in our discussion.
Well, as an investigator, would you ever talk to
No, he's already said this 15 times. You've already asked this. This is why I got in so much trouble in high school, because I swear nothing grates on me, nothing rubs my, my nerves the wrong way than someone who has just effing been told 27,000 times, ask a question about something that was just given to them 15 seconds ago. I can't. Look, I was a terrible student. I didn't realize that maybe other people didn't catch on to things as, quickly as I did. So when, you had, Sally ask the same question the instructor just explained about, I maybe rolled my eyes and did one of the death in my desk thing. Now, that being said, high school Mo should have given Sally, much more grace. Current day Mo is giving this lawyer no such grace.
other family members that was in the house or that lived in the house?
There was no one else home at the time the fire
I
occurred based
understand.
on the information.
I'm talking about family members. I didn't say that was in the house the day of the fire, but you knew in your interview that the nucleus of the family existed of three young men, right?
Yes.
Did you ever interview them?
No, I did not. As I said, my job was not the follow-up legwork that goes on outside of the fire scene investigation. The insurance companies will contract generally to another party to separate the fire origin and cause from any other investigation.
You've been shown a copy of your report that you prepared, right?
Yes.
You turn to page 7.
Now, I'm just going to raise the objection now as far as the refreshing of recollection, or we can have it testify from the report. It's just based on past practices. I'm just inquiring.
Is this refreshing recollection? If so, he'll need to look at the report and then put it down.
Yes, but otherwise, further, that he previously testified that he didn't talk to anyone but Linda Stermer.
So if it's a prior inconsistent statement, then you don't need to have him look at his report unless you're refreshing his memory. I'm not clear.
That's why I asked him, did he have his report?
Right,
Oh
it's
my
just, it looks
God.
like he's reading off of the report.
Looks like he's reading off the report?
Yes, he's holding it in his hand. So
Okay, Mr. Attorney, where are you? Where do you think you are right now? I feel like doing a neuropsych test on this attorney right now. Do you know who the president is right now? What day is today?
So, is this,
Do you
what is this
smell
for? Is
burnt
it a prior
toast?
inconsistent statement?
Yes.
Okay, so you can, if he needs, you could ask, what did he previously say?
Yes.
X, Y, Z.
What I was trying to do.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
May I also raise an objection to ask the answer or ask about he was talking that was asked by Mr. Miller on the cross?
I'll allow it.
So, can you review the lower part of your report on page 7?
Yeah, the part where it talks about that I interviewed Mr. Matheny, I do not recall that.
Well, you prepared this report, or did somebody else prepare this report?
I prepared this.
You typed it?
No, I would have dictated it and sent it to our office,
Okay.
who does the typing, and then they send it back to us.
And that's the process you do on all your reports, is that correct?
Yes.
Well,
Hey, y'all, do you think the jury needs to know how he does his TPS reports? Do you think we can let the Bobs in internal affairs deal with however he does his TPS reports? Or do you think that the jury is deeply interested in how TPS reports get done?
when I previously asked, did you talk to anyone else to corroborate or to validate any information in reference to Ms. Stermer's interview? You said no.
I did not recall talking to Mr. Matheny, and then looking at the report, his girlfriend, Ms. Calhoun, and also in the report, I did, of course, talk with the fire chief to get the general information from them.
Okay. Now, this was on January the 17th of 2007. January the 17th of 2007.
The 15th.
January 15th. Your numbers sometimes.
Not the face.
Because your report starts out with saying that your date was on January the 7th. Now, Judge, if I could just do my cross, I will be finished and I will sit down. I promise.
Oh, hell.
Respect Mr. Kelly's right to do his cross, but
Oh, hell no. Did you just get all snippy snappy when you've been the one that's been holding us up with your dumb ass reactions and stupid questions and your inability to, oh, I'm sorry. Was I talking too much? Never been told by my cat to shut up before, but okay.
look, you need to do it, follow the rules, Your Honor.
I'm gonna overrule, it's a leading question, but it's cross.
Just so we can get a clarification in reference to date. On page 5 of this document, your report, contact with insured on January the 7th of 2007. Would that be a typographical error?
No.
Okay, so that's the date that you actually got, you made a contact with someone in reference to the Stermer house?
Yes. Yes.
Did the insurance company contact you on January the 7th?
I'd have to look. I have the
No.
date that I opened my file on the 9th,
Right.
and I would have received the file. They would have called or sent it into the office. The office would have notified me, and then would have set up a file and sent it to me electronically.
Okay.
And I don't have in my report the exact date that I was contacted. No, it was, I received Rodney Thune, Farm Bureau of Insurance, contacted Kirby Bailey, on January 7th, request origin and cause investigation of a fire that occurred at the Stermer residence, January 7th, 2007, and that's on page 4.
So you were contacted the same day of the fire?
Correct. After reviewing this, yes.
Okay. So now, on the 15th of January, you have a conversation with Michael Matheny, right?
Yes.
What did you contact Mr. Matheny at? He hasn't answered. I haven't even asked him where he contacted Mr. Matheny at.
I don't remember this, so I'll overrule that.
What was the question?
Where did you contact Mr. Matheny to interview him?
He was either at the fire scene, he came over, or I may have gone to his home. I don't recall. They live right next door.
So that's something that you can't validate in your report, where you interviewed Mr. Matheny, right?
No,
On
I
15th
don't,
of
yeah,
January.
I don't recall, but
Okay.
whether it was on the site.
And did you interview Miss Connie Calhoun the same day?
No, I don't believe that I talked with Connie. I have in my report information that Mr. Matheny referenced about what him and Ms. Calhoun were doing on the day of the fire. They were leaving to go bowling when they noticed the smoke at the Stermer home.
But you reached out to them to find out what they knew about the fire, isn't that correct?
Yeah, that more than likely, yes.
How did you get their information?
Probably from the fire department.
Beg your pardon?
Probably from the fire report,
From the
the fire department report.
or from the Van Buren County Sheriff's Department?
That's possible.
Okay.
Where are we going with this?
And the information you obtained from Mr. Matheny, you also found out that there was some clothing that had been taken out of Mr. Matheny's truck.
Objection, hearsay.
Your report.
Your Honor, the court ruled my objection to hearsay first.
Yeah, I'll sustain
All
the
right.
objection.
Now, for clarification, are these the only other individuals that you interviewed in reference to the Stermer fire?
Yes, I believe so.
No further questions.
Mr. Blair, any
I
other?
have some very brief follow-up.
Okay.
Oh, and all right, while I fight with my cat, look, I love you too. You can, look, I'll pet you and I'll answer. So this is actually a retrial. This is the state of Michigan versus Linda Stermer. Linda, according to the state, bludgeoned, set alight, and then ran over her husband, sort of in that order, according to the state. Now, the defense claims that Linda has no idea how the fire started. She was not responsible for the injuries around his head, and she only accidentally ran over him while she was going out to try to get help because he was on fire. So that's basically what this trial is about. Linda got a retrial because of lack of, effective counsel for the first trial. I don't know if she's going to be able to do that again. So, this is Thor. Thor is irritated because I am not petting him sufficiently, and I'm irritated because he is putting white fur all over my outfit, which, had no cat fur on it. I was able to go an entire day with no cat fur. But so that's basically the case. The defense does seem to at least be trying to put up some sort of defense for this. However, they have been alternatingly boring, incoherent, and douchey to the point of being absolute dicks to witnesses who were in no way disrespectful to them. They seem to have not kind of kept their sort of ire for the more official, state investigators or anything like that. No. Oh, but she didn't drug him. That is correct. They didn't find anything more than caffeine in his blood work, and they did find hydrocodone in his urine, but he had been prescribed the cough medicine with hydrocodone in it. So that being said, we are 3 days in. It has taken forever and a day because the defense attorneys, in particular, the one that's at the podium now, he is at 1.25 and he is still slow. Slidey pie, probably better. I'm sorry, my brain isn't firing as many cylinders because honestly, having to deal with this lawyer all day has about taken every single one of my smart thinky neurons and turned them into, oh my gosh, Cheech and Chong neurons, or they want to be Cheech and Chong neurons.
Would it be fair to say that when you're working for an insurance company, you're kind of only a piece of the insurance investigation?
Yes,
And you were hired in this case to investigate the fire, is that correct?
correct.
And I think you may have touched on this earlier, when it comes to finances or other aspects that you may have learned through your interview, you turned that over to a different person in the insurance company?
Correct, yeah, the insurance company would hire someone separate, and I would have nothing to do with that.
So it's fair to say, I guess, in one of these types of cases, there's like an insurance investigative team that kind of works on it.
Yes,
And you made this original report you've been asked to review approximately 18 years ago?
yes,
And I think I've already asked this, but you were not asked to review it in advance of today's testimony, is that correct?
no, I was not.
Is there a way that law enforcement can request a copy of your insurance report?
Yes, there is.
And you have knowledge of that from possibly working in the state police or other ways?
Yes, yes.
How's that done?
Section 29.5 of the Fire Prevention Code provides for the release of insurance file information.
You are fine. Here, I went back to my old script because I realized, so basically this is the Michigan versus Linda Stermer case. Now, this particular incident of arson and murder was alleged to have happened in January of 2007. Now, the grounds for the overturning of the conviction, now Linda was convicted for the assault, the arson, and running him over, basically all the types of ways she allegedly tried to kill him in 2010. Now, that conviction was overturned on appeal in 2018. That was for lack of effective assistance of counsel and I think a couple of issues with experts. I will be making a video about why this case was overturned. I did get all of the paperwork, so I'm just having to condense about 223 pages of legal findings into a about 20-minute, video to try to go over that. That being said, Linda has been out with, an ankle monitor since the conviction was overturned. This is a retrial. Now, the state claims that they can, basically they have from Linda that she visited a gas station the day that this house went on fire. Linda's defense is that she was downstairs doing laundry. She heard Todd scream. She ran up to the mid-level of the house, saw Todd engulfed in flames, and basically realizing that where the flames were, she didn't have access to her phones. Now, she decided to get into her van and run and tell the neighbors. Now, they do live in fairly rural areas, so she was going to have to basically run over and try to get help from her neighbors. Now, she claims that because it had been rainy and snowy and not paved or graded in any way, that when she was doing a circle around the house in order to gain momentum to get out to get help, she somehow ran over Todd. Now, make of that what you will. Okay, stop. That being said, there's still enough for the state to believe that they can go ahead and get her conviction again and, satisfy that they can, have the evidence to convict her. We haven't gotten a whole lot of the sort of physical evidence as to why they thought that this was, an arson beyond sort of the smelling of accelerants on some of the clothing that was present when both Todd and Linda were first seen on the scene. So I do believe that this trial would have gotten we would be further along in what you would kind of know about this trial if we didn't have the attorneys that were incredibly slow with the defense in getting their questions answered and things going. So that being said, I hope we learn more about what kind of the original evidence was that definitely pointed the finger at this is an arson and not something that could have been, attributed to other things.
Information on a claim when requested by law enforcement, and law enforcement has a form they fill out for their investigation, documents they're trying to get. They send that to the insurance carrier, and if they approve it, the law says that they shall provide the claim file documentation.
And just because I feel like this has been danced around a little bit, you prepare your report or any of your investigation for law enforcement?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Now, for those of you who are new to a Michigan case, or this case in particular, Michigan is one of the states that allows jurors to ask questions. Oh, no, it looks like we're back to redirect. Redirect, if you will. Or,
Okay. Jury, any questions of this witness? Yes. Okay.
so what will happen is that the jury will write down their questions. Attorneys that represent both sides will go up to the judge. The judge and the lawyers will read the questions, see if they, are kosher to ask this particular witness, if they're within the scope of what the, can be talked about. So it is interesting to see what the jury will make of this witness by kind of the questions that they're asking. Oh. As long as they don't take forever and a day with these jury questions, we can get those knocked out, and at least I can feel like I got one witness done this morning. The jury question is probably, can we have lunch now?
To ask some of the questions that have been presented. But I do have some questions that I will be asking you, sir, no objection from counsel. If you know, was Linda aware that your interviews with her were being recorded?
Yes.
Are there, and if you know, are there any recordings or transcripts of any other interviews other than Linda's?
No, there are not.
Okay. Why?
I believe I just had a brief conversation with Mr. Matheny. I may have been at the fire scene or at his home, and I just took notes from that.
Okay. Thank you. Counsel, any follow-up questions in light of those questions and answers?
Is that a fairly common practice in your line of work for certain persons you interview to just take notes and then memorialize it in a report later?
Yes, homeowner, someone that was involved in or at the scene of the fire, normally you would record those, and if it's door-to-door neighborhood canvas, that kind of thing, you would just take handwritten notes on it.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, any questions?
Did I understand that you said you did not record?
And yes, they are allowed to take notes. Now, I did jury duty, so I can only speak for Indiana and I do believe Michigan. Now, we were not given notes, or we weren't really supposed to be taking notes during opening statements, as they're just sort of supposed to be a general outline of what the state and the defense both intend their cases to show. I tend to take notes during both of those just to try to make a list of things that I think that the state is going to be, pointing out during their trial. So that being said, they are allowed to take notes, and they are allowed to ask questions. Now, they may not get all of the questions that they send to the judge answered. Some of those questions might be, considered not part of the scope of the questions that they're allowed, or one side or the other might not like the way it was phrased. So I'm not sure exactly which criteria they use in order to, go, no-go the jury questions. But it is interesting to sometimes see what the jury is thinking, what they, still struggle to understand, or, what maybe they are more curious about that maybe none of the lawyers touched upon.
Any of the other interviews?
No. The interview of Mr. Matheny or the fire chief, no.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Jury, any other questions in light of those questions and answers? Is this witness excused from subpoena, counsel? Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, no objection.
No objection? Okay. You're done, and you're excused from your subpoena obligations, and I guess other than your own materials, you can hand me the other.
Yeah, this is all defense, that's prosecutors.
Okay, none of that's yours?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that, you guys, is where I'm going to leave you. We should finish up with at least part of the afternoon tonight at around 6. I will go ahead and set up that stream probably when I come back from getting the youngest, most ferals. So I should have that stream, set up fairly soon. I hope you guys had a great day. Thank you for keeping me company during this most boringest of boringness, because I swear, without you guys, I don't know that attorney wouldn't have sent me around the loop. And it's quite possible that he already did without me knowing. So thank you guys so much. Remember, you guys, be kind to yourself, be kind to others, but carry a sassy mouth and a can of bitch fire, because kindness no longer equals doormat. And I will see you all in just a little bit. And thank you, JKD Buck, for your super chat. And I'm officially using my last tag. Hopefully they will deliver my more tags soon. Thank you guys. I will see you guys later. Bye.